Micah Clarke by Arthur Conan Doyle. Dramatized for radio in 5 parts by Constance Cox. With Martin Reed as Micah, Patrick Troughton as Decimus Saxon, and James Bryce as Reuben Lockerbie. Micah Clarke, Part 1. The Messenger from the Lowlands.
My story is one you may well treasure up in your memories, for it is unlikely that in the whole county of Hampshire, or even perhaps in all England, there is another left alive who is so well able to speak of the events I have to tell from his own knowledge, or who played a more forward part in them. For I speak of the days when James Stuart was on the throne, and England was torn by blood and suffering. My father, Joseph Clarke, better known over the countryside as Ironside Joe, for he'd served in his youth under Oliver Cromwell, was a leather merchant and tanner. I, Micah, his eldest son, inherited his strength and his stature. At 16, I could carry a bag of wheat or a cask of beer against any man in our village of Havant, and as I grew older, bade fair to become a young giant.
Let me take that pail for you, Father. Those skins are too heavy for you.
Aye, that they are. Though once I could toss them over my shoulder as easily as you do now. You grow too big for the nest, lad. I doubt one of these days you'll find your wings and fly away.
What my father said was true. I was weary of the quiet life of the village, and longed to see the great world of which I'd heard and read so much. Then, one day, something happened which disturbed the peace of England, as a stone cast into a pond will send ripples rioting over the smooth surface. From that day forward, my life was never the same again. It was an evening in the month of May in the year 1685. I and my friend, Reuben Lockerbie, had borrowed a boat and were fishing out of Langston Bay. Reuben was the son of the landlord of the Wheatsheaf Inn. A great intimacy had sprung up between us, founded on mutual esteem, for he, being a little undergrown and somewhat inclining to fat, was proud of my strength and stature, whilst my more heavy spirit took a pleasure in the energy and joviality which never deserted him. As he was destined to be with me in the sequel, it was fitting that he should have been at my side on that May evening, which was the starting point of our adventures.
Drop the anchor here, Micah. We should find bass and plenty. Solomon said there was a shoal running. Well, move, man. What ails you?
That brig, yonder.
What of it?
Well, don't you see? There's something amiss with her.
Not that I can see. She's just hanging in the wind. Neither keeping her course nor tacking.
Something's wrong, I tell you. She yaws about as if there's no one at the helm. And the men on her deck seem to me to be either fighting or dancing. Let's up with the anchor, Reuben, and we'll pull to her.
Pull to her? Let's get out of her way, I say. Why will you always run that head of yours into danger?
What danger? She flies Dutch colours. And the Dutch are no enemies of ours.
Ah, she flies them, but who can say where she really comes from? A pretty thing if we was snapped up by a buccaneer and sold to the plantations.
A buccaneer in the Solent? Huh, we'll be seeing the skull and crossbones in Emsworth Creek next.
Oh.
What was that?
They're firing. What at in heaven's name?
As we looked in astonishment, the brig's yards swung into position, the sails caught the breeze, and the vessel darted away on a course that would take her out to the English Channel. As she flew along, her helm was put hard down, a puff of smoke shot out from her quarter, and a cannonball came hopping and splashing over the waves, passing within 100 yards of where we lay.
Heart of grace! The murdering villains!
They're mad or drunk. They might have sunk us.
Oh, pull up the anchor, man! Pull up the anchor, quick! I understand it.
Understand what?
They weren't firing at us. They were firing at someone in the water between us and them. Here, you take the oars, Micah. You're stronger than I. And put your back into it. Some poor fella may be drowning. There. Now, do you see?
By heaven, you were right. I can see his head on the crest of a wave. A dozen yards more. We'll be able to seize him. Hold up friend! There's help at hand!
Help to those who need it.
What did he say?
Troughton, keep a guard on that oar, will you? I fear I swipe from that far more than I do the water.
What's the matter with him?
Devil if I know why we came to rescue this fellow. You can reach the boat now, sir, if you've a mind.
Suffer it. I think of my brother Nonus playing me such a trick. What would our blessed mother have said when she had seen it?
Were you cast from yonder brig, sir?
Cast? No, I cast myself. The devil of it was, I was obliged to go as I stood. My whole kit gone. To say nothing of my venture in the voyage. Now I've kicked off a pair of new jackboots that cost me 16 rix dollars in Amsterdam. Can't swim in jackboots, nor can I walk without them.
Won't you come out of the wet, sir?
Unless, of course, you prefer to swim ashore.
I could swim to Portsmouth. I could swim well nigh anywhere. However, since you make me the offer...
A pair of long arms shot out of the water, and in a moment, with a lithe, snake-like motion, the man wound himself into the boat and coiled his great length on the stern sheets. Very lanky he was and very thin, with a craggy, hard face, sunburned with 1,000 little wrinkles. It was hard to guess his age, but he could scarcely have been under his 50th year. Of all his characteristics, nothing attracted my attention so much as his eyes, which were almost covered by drooping lids, yet looked out through the thin slits with marvellous brightness and keenness. A passing glance might give the idea that he was languid and half asleep, but a closer look would reveal those glittering, shifting lines of light and warn the prudent man not to trust too much to his first impressions.
To swim to Portsmouth would be nothing. I once swam from Gran on the Danube to Buda, while 100,000 Janissaries danced with rage on the nether bank. Vessenberg's Panders would tell you whether Decimus Saxon could swim. Take my advice, young gentleman, and always carry your tobacco in a watertight metalled box. I amuse you, gentlemen.
Oh, no, sir.
You must forgive us, sir. My friend and I are unused to such adventures and are merry at the happy ending of it. May we ask whom it is we have picked up?
Decimus Saxon is my name. I'm the 10th child of a worthy father, as the Latin implies. There are 9 brothers standing between me and an inheritance.
A long chance, sir.
True. But who knows? Smallpox might do it, or the plague.
We heard a shot aboard the brig.
Aye, that was my brother Nonus shooting at me.
But there was a second shot.
That was me shooting at my brother Nonus.
Did you kill him?
Nope. A flesh wound at the most. I thought it best to come away then, in case the affair should grow into a quarrel.
Was it your brother who fired the cannon after you?
Oh, I've no doubt it was. He was always a good shot. And he came near enough to part my hair, which proves fair enough that I didn't kill him.
Thank God.
That, young sir, is a matter of opinion. But the question now is, where are we to go?
We're going down to Langston Bay.
Oh, we are we? You're sure of it, eh? You're certain we're not going to France?
France?
Well, we've a mast and sail, and I see water in the beaker. All we want are a few fish, which I hear are plentiful in these waters, and we might make a push for Barfleur.
We're going down to Langston Bay.
Ah, but you see, might is right upon the water. I'm an old soldier, a tough fighting man, and you are 2 raw lads. I have a knife, and you're unarmed. You see the line of argument? So, the question is now, where are we to go?
You boasted you could swim to Portsmouth, and so you shall. Into the water with you, you sea viper, or I'll push you in with this oar as sure as my name is Micah Clarke.
Throw down your knife or I'll drive this boat out through you.
Sink me, this is most commendable. I love to draw spirit out of young fellows. Who'd have thought you had so much pluck in you?
Throw down that knife.
Certainly. Is there any other reasonable matter in which I can oblige you?
Have you other arms?
None, I assure you.
What's that bulge under your doublet?
Ah, now that I can't surrender to you, even to give you pleasure. It's my copy of Hudibras, which I always carry with me.
Show me.
A very doubting young man. See, here.
You've hardly given us reason to trust you. All right, take it back.
Thank you.
Take the oars, Reuben.
Right.
I'll keep guard over this fellow and see he plays us no trick. I believe he's nothing better than a pirate. We'll give him over to the justices when we get back to Havant.
Right. Wait a bit. Your name, you said, is Clarke.
Yes.
And your home's at Havant?
It is?
Would you be a kinsman of Joseph Clarke, the old roundhead of that town?
He's my father.
Your father? Hark to that now. I have a trick of falling on my feet. Look at this packet, lad. Look at it. You can read, I take it.
Of course.
By no means, of course, young sir. You're not lying. Read the superscription on this letter.
To Joseph Clarke, leather merchant of Havant.
And the rest.
By the hand of Decimus Saxon, part owner of the ship Providence from Amsterdam to Portsmouth.
Micah.
Am I not to be trusted now? Could I have better credentials? I've 23 letters to deliver in your neighbourhood. That shows you what folks think of Decimus Saxon. 23 lives and liberties are in my hands.
You talk in riddles. Is it a cargo of Flemish skins that are coming to my father?
Flemish skins? That's a good one. No. Nay, lad, the skins have good English hearts in them. Aye, and English swords in their fists to strike out for freedom and for conscience. I risked my life in carrying this letter to your father, and you threaten to hand me over to the justices for shame. I blush for you.
I don't know what you're hinting at. You must speak more plainly if I'm to understand you.
Can't we trust him?
Reuben? As myself.
Very charming. David and Jonathan. Mortimer more classical and less scriptural. Damon and Pythias, eh?
For your purpose, sir, what of the letters?
These letters, young man, are from the faithful abroad, the exiles in Holland, who are thinking of making a move and coming over to see King James with their swords strapped to their thighs. The letters are to those from whom they expect sympathy, and notify when and where they'll make a landing.
You mean rebels?
Call them so if you wish. Your father is one of them.
My father?
Micah.
So now, my dear lad, you'll perceive that instead of my being in your power, you are so completely in mine that it needs but a word from me to destroy your whole family.
Before you could speak that word, I'd pitch you headlong into the Solent. You and your letters could go to the bottom.
Have no fear, lad, have no fear. Decimus Saxon is staunch. That word shall never be spoken.
If what you say is true, why did you just now propose to make for France?
Yes.
The answer's clear enough.
Well, not to me.
How could I read in your faces, sweet and ingenuous as they are, whether you were Whigs and friends of the good old cause? You might have taken me to where excisemen and others would have wanted to peep and pry, and so endanger my commission. Better a voyage to France in an open boat than that.
I'll take you to my father. You can deliver your letter and make good your story to him. If you're a true man, you can expect a warm welcome. If you're a rogue, as I shrewdly suspect, you'll be shown no mercy.
That's the youngster. Like Butler says in Hudibras, he could not let a minute pass without a threat. I'll make good every word I say. Now pull for the shore, lad. Pull for the shore.
Micah,
Yes?
I won't come in with you. I think there's mischief likely to come out in all this. My father's a true churchman. I'd best keep out of it.
You won't speak of what you've heard.
Mum was a mouse.
David is deserted by his Jonathan, eh?
You can sneer, sir, when you've made good your own case. Come in.
Is that you, Micah? We didn't expect you back so soon.
Was the catch poor, lad?
I've brought you a bigger fish than you'd ever expect to see, Father. Hey? This is Decimus Saxon. We fished him out of the water by the nab. My father, Joseph Clarke.
Sir.
By heaven, the man is as wet as a flounder. Come over by the fire, sir, for goodness sake.
Master Saxon has a letter for you, Father.
A letter?
From Amsterdam. I fancy that means something to you.
Let me see it.
I watched my father as he read the letter. Clearly it brought no unwelcome news to him, for his eyes sparkled with joy as he looked up from his reading.
Do you know, Master Saxon, the contents of this letter?
My dear sir, your own sense will tell you that as an old soldier I'd scarce risk my neck by bearing a message without I knew what that message was.
Then you yourself are one of the faithful.
I am one of those on the narrow and thorny track.
Good, good. Micah, take this worthy man to my room and see he has dry linen and my second-best suit. It will serve till his own be dry. My boots, too, my riding ones of untanned leather.
I thank you, sir.
Supper will be served when you've changed your attire. But go at once, Master Saxon, lest you take a chill.
And I'll prepare a draught of Daffy's elixir, sir. It's a sovereign remedy against the effects of a soaking.
There's but one thing we've admitted, good friends, and that is to thank our Maker for plucking me from the deep in the person, that is, of your son Micah.
He'd have enabled you to swim to Portsmouth, I've no doubt, Master Saxon.
You're in the right of it, sir. We'll join you in your prayer.
Almighty and most merciful God, I thank thee for sparing me from the perils of the deep, even as Jonah was saved from the violence of the wicked ones who hurled him overboard, thus preserving me to do mine errand in thy name, to thy everlasting glory.
Amen.
Amen. Now do hurry, please, sir. I can't bear to see you in those wet clothes any longer.
Master Decimus Saxon, in my father's Utrecht velvet suit and untanned riding boots, looked a very different man from the bedraggled castaway who crawled like a conger eel into our fishing boat. It seemed, too, that he'd cast off his manner with his raiment, for he behaved to my mother during supper with an air of demure gallantry, which sat better upon him than the pert and flippant carriage he'd shown towards us in the boat. Truth to say, if he was more reserved, there was a very good reason for it, for he played such havoc among the eatables that there was very little time for talk. At last, after passing from the round of cold beef to a capon pasty, and topping up with a 2-pound perch, washed down by a great jug of ale, he smiled upon us all, and told us his fleshly necessities were satisfied for the nonce.
Try the apple pie, sir. Or a crumb of cheese of my own making.
Not a mouthful more, I thank you, mistress. It is my rule to obey the wise precept which advises a man to rise from the table feeling he could eat as much again as he has partaken of.
Then I shall bid you good night, sir.
Good night.
Sleep well.
That I shall, mistress, I know.
Good night, Mother.
Good night.
I gather from your words, sir, that you've seen hard service.
I'm an old fighting man, Master Clarke. This body of mine bears the mark of many a cut and slash received in wars all over the map of Europe, but for the most part in the service of the Protestant faith.
That's why you were chosen to deliver these letters. The good old faith of our fathers. What was your weapon, Master Saxon?
My weapon? Oh, weapons, rather. Broadsword, rapier, toledo, spontoon, battle-axe, pike, half-pike, morgenstern, and halberd. I'll hold my own against any man, but save only my elder brother Quarters.
Oh, I'm afraid if I were 20 years younger, I'd have it you. My backsword play has been well thought of by men of war. Oh, God forgive me that my heart should still turn to such vanities.
I've heard godly men speak well of it. Master Richard Rumbold spoke of your deeds of arms to the Duke of Argyll. Wasn't there a Scotsman, one Storr or Storm?
Aye, Storr of Dunlevy. I cut him almost to the saddle on the eve of Dunbar. So, Dickie Rumbold remembers me, eh? He was a hard one at praying and fighting. So Dick'll be in harness again. He could never be still if a blow were to be struck for the trample faith. If the tide of war set in this direction, I too. Who knows?
You've a stout man-at-arms here in your son. Mightn't he strike in this quarrel?
What quarrel, Father?
Oh, we'll discuss it anon, Micah. But tell me, sir, my son, I understand, picked you out of the waves. How came you to be there?
By some curious chance, Master Clarke, after serving in the war against the Turks, I found myself with my occupation gone.
How so?
There was no war waging, save only some petty skirmishing in Italy, in which an old soldier like myself could find neither dollars nor repute.
So you're a mercenary, Master Saxon. You sell your sword to the highest bidder.
Hush, Micah. That's not seemly.
I am a soldier of fortune, young sir. I lend my sword and my skills to the causes I believe in.
quite so, quite so. Pray, go on, sir.
Well, I was wandering across the continent, much cast down at the strange peace which prevailed in every quarter, when at last I reached the lowlands. Here I chanced to learn that the Providence, owned and commanded by my two brothers Nonus and Quartus, was about to start from Amsterdam for adventure to the Guinea coast. I proposed that I should join them, and was taken into partnership on condition I paid 1/3 of the cargo.
But your present mission, sir?
We come to that. While waiting at the port, I happened to come across some of the exiles. They, having heard of my devotion to the Protestant cause, brought me to the Duke of Argyll and Master Rumbold, who committed these letters to my care.
But you've not explained how you and they came to be in the water.
But here it is. But first, if I might have a draught of your excellent ale, this talking makes one thirsty.
Oh, of course. Micah.
The pint or the quart pot, sir?
Or the quart. I think a pint serves merely to wet one's lips.
Leave the jack beside Master Saxon. Now, sir.
Where was I?
About to tell us why you were thrown overboard.
Ah, yes. We were in the Channel when I asked my brothers to put in at Portsmouth so I might deliver these letters. They replied in a most unmannerly fashion that they were still waiting for the 1,000 guineas which represented my share of the venture. When I answered that it might be paid out of the profits of our enterprise, they replied that I had promised to pay the money down, and money down they must have. As I hadn't so much as 1 guinea, let alone 1,000, I pointed out that the association of an honest man in the business was in itself an ample return, since their own reputations were somewhat blown upon.
How did they take that, sir?
Seemed to enrage them. They snatched up a musket apiece, one of which Nonus discharged at me, and Quartus was about to follow suit when I snatched it from him, and in doing so, unluckily blew a hole in brother Nonus.
God have mercy on us.
Seeing there was no chance of our agreeing aboard the vessel, I decided to leave her. The rest, I think, your son has told you.
How strange that you should have been picked up by the son of the very man to whom you had a letter.
The workings of Providence.
Yes, indeed.
I've 22 other letters which must be delivered by my hand. If you'll permit me to use your house for a while, I'll make it my headquarters.
Use it as if it were your own, sir.
Your grateful servant, sir. And now I must ask your leave to retire. It is my custom to spend some time at my devotions after the business of the day. Good night to you both.
Good night, sir. Good night, sir. I trust our guest has been given all he requires, Micah.
From the state of him when I picked him up, I doubt if he's been better fed or housed for many a long day. What do you think of him, Father?
A man of parts and piety. But even if he were the Pope of Rome, he could not be unwelcome. He's brought me news after my own heart.
What news? You've talked in riddles all evening.
The news in this letter, lad. I'll read it to you. No, perhaps I'd better sleep on it. Then our heads will be clearer. Oh, may the Lord guide my path and confound the tyrant. Pray for light and guidance, boy, for my life and yours may be equally at stake.
Master Saxon? Master Saxon? What the deuce? Have you barricaded the door?
Oh, hard, young man. Is it the custom here to burst into your visitors' rooms in the early hours of the morning?
Is it the custom where you come from to barricade your door when you're sleeping under the roof of an honest man?
I carry papers of import. Who knows who might not come and go during the night?
Your clothes are dry and ready for you. Shall I fetch them?
There's no need. I've no quarrel with the suit your father lent me. I've been used to better, but it'll serve my turn. Leave me. I'll be with you anon.
Micah, come out here to the yard. I want a word with you.
What is it, Father?
I've been out this morning trying my hand at the broadsword exercise, but alas, I'm no longer the swordsman I was. Yet, thank God, there's still the fruit of my loins to wield the same sword in the same cause. You shall go in my place, Micah.
Go? Go where?
Hush, lad. Don't let your mother know before she must. Time will be when we must tell her all.
Tell her what, Father?
The letter Master Saxon brought was from Richard Rumbold. You've heard me speak of him.
Well, I know you were once comrades in arms.
Oh, he was great in the cause, lad. When the army of the righteous was dispersed, he didn't lay aside his zeal with his buff coat. In his house was planned the famous Rye House plot, in which many good men were involved.
It was surely a foul assassination plot.
Assassination? What, with 30 of them against 50 of the royal bodyguard in broad daylight, when Charles and James passed on their way to Newmarket? If the royal brothers got pistol bullet or sword stab, it would have been an open fight, and at the risk of their attackers. It was give and take, and no murder.
But it failed, Father, so why speak of it?
Keep your voice down. The men will soon be coming into work. For this reason, when the plot failed, Rumbold had to flee for his life. He succeeded in making his way to the lowlands. There, he found that many enemies of the government had banded together. Repeated messages from England, particularly from the western counties and from London, assured them that if they but attempt an invasion, they might rely upon help both in men and money.
An invasion? For what purpose?
To bring down the king, lad. The papist, James.
But Father, this is...
No, let me finish, lad. For some time, they were without a leader of sufficient weight to carry through so large a project. Now, at last, they had one. The best that could have been singled out. None other than the well-beloved Protestant chieftain, James, Duke of Monmouth, son of Charles II.
Illegitimate son?
Well, that may or may not be. There are those that say his mother, Lucy Walters, was a lawful wife. But bastard or no, he holds the sound principles of the true church, and he's beloved by the people. Let him appear in the West, and soldiers will rise up like flowers in the springtime.
And this is the purpose of Saxon's letters?
Yes. Monmouth is coming over, and he expects every brave Protestant to rally to his standard. The Duke of Argyll is to command a separate expedition which will set all Scotland ablaze. Between them, they hope to bring King James to his knees. Here's the letter, Micah. Read it with care, and remember that when brave men are striving for their rights, it's fitting that one of the rebel house of Clarke should be among them.
I took the letter with me to the fields and read it. It seemed to me the letter of a hothead. Yet I knew that England hated the rule of the Catholic king, and many suffered oppression for adhering to their chosen faith. But James was the rightful king of England, and no tales of secret marriages could alter the fact that his rival was an illegitimate son. But would England accept a bastard king, even should King James be thrown down? Yet if I did not support the insurgents, my father would, and it was more fitting that I should go than he. These thoughts and many others jostled in my mind, and still undecided, I wandered down the village street, resolved to seek a wiser head than mine. The man I sought was Zachary Palmer, the village carpenter. Old Palmer had neither wife nor child, and the love he might have given to them was given instead to learning. Zachary had the choicest collection of books in the whole county, and as children, Reuben and I were his favourites. To him I had always carried my problems, and this day I took to him the greatest of them all.
Micah, lad, I'm glad to see you. I've a book for you.
I've but now finished Milton's Comus, Zachary.
Yeah, here it is. Written by the learned Locke. He treats of state and statecraft. A good man is Master Locke, and one who practices what he preaches. Even at this moment he's a wanderer in the lowlands rather than bow his knee to what his conscience cannot approve of.
There are many good men among the exiles, I believe.
The pick of the country. Ill fares the land that drives the bravest and best of its citizens away from it. The day's coming, I fear, when every man will have to choose between his beliefs and his freedom. I'm an old man, Micah boy, but I may live long enough to see strange things in this once Protestant kingdom.
But if these exiles had their way, they'd place Monmouth on the throne, and that would unjustly alter the succession.
No. They'd use Monmouth's name for one reason only. To strengthen their cause and show they've a leader of repute.
But not to make him king?
Listen, lad.
were King James driven from the throne, Parliament had been called upon to name his successor. There are men at Monmouth's back who would never stir unless this were so.
I see.
Something's troubling you, boy. What is it?
I know I can trust you, Zachary, and it's a matter of great weight. But tell me what you really think. If Monmouth's standard be raised, should I join him?
That's indeed a big question. Yet I think there's but one answer to it, especially for your father's son. Should an end be put to James's rule, then it's not too late to preserve the nation in its old faith.
So, if the attempt is made, you think it's my duty to support it?
I do. I think it the duty of every man who values liberty of conscience, and you, my son, the pride of the village. What better use could you make of your strength than to devote it to helping to relieve your country of an insupportable yoke? It's treasonable and dangerous counsel which might lead to a short shrift and a bloody death, but if you were a child of mine, Micah, boy, I should say the same. Go now, and think on what I've said. You asked my advice, I've given it, but the choice must be yours.
I went on my way, pondering on what he'd said to me. If I refused to throw in my lot with the insurgents, I should have the shame of seeing my father go while I lingered at home. And why should I refuse? It was the secret wish of my heart to see something of the great world, and what fairer chance could present itself? So with no more ado, I told my father I was ready to go where he willed.
Well, son, what do you think of him?
He's magnificent, Father. I can't thank you enough for such a gift.
My son goes to the wars, he shall go properly mounted and accoutred. You'll find him trusty and willing, Micah, and of great endurance.
What do you call him, friend?
He's my son's horse. He shall name him.
Then I'll call him Covenant, Father.
And a right good name, too. Now, for you, Master Saxon, I've chosen yon Spanish jennet. She's fast and of good spirit, and should carry you well.
You do the cause proud, Master Clarke. I shall call her Chloe, after a godly maiden of my acquaintance.
The maiden may have been godly, sir, but the name has a somewhat heathenish sound about it. Now, my son will wear my armour and carry my broadsword, which is still sharp enough to cleave a man in two. Is there anything you lack?
I prefer to move fast, Master Clarke, whether towards the enemy or from him. With the steel cap and the rapier and pistols you've been so good as to furnish me with, I'm ready to take the field at any time.
Well, then we have naught to do but wait. Pray God it be not too long.
It was towards nightfall on the 12th of June that we heard the news of Monmouth.
Is Joseph Clarke here?
And he? What do you want with me?
Are these men true?
My son and my good friend. You may speak before them.
Then the trysting place is Taunton. Pass it on to all you can trust. Now, give my horse a bait and a drink, I beg of you, for I must be on my way.
Give the horse to the prentice lad, Micah.
Yes, Father.
Come inside, sir.
Thank you.
You must eat and drink before you ride on. Wife, food and drink for our guest.
Coming, Joseph.
One horse has died under me, and this other can scarce last 20 miles. I must be in London by the morning. We hope Danvers and Wildman may be able to raise the city.
From whence come you?
Monmouth's camp. His blue flag flies over Lyme.
Monmouth, landed at last. God be praised.
Here's food and drink for you, sir.
Oh, thank you, mistress.
What force has Monmouth? Did he bring troops with him?
He brought none but leaders.
Leaders? Who then are to fight for him?
The force must come from you folks in England. What's that?
My son.
Oh.
The boy is baiting your horse and we'll bring it round.
Thank you, Micah. Who has Monmouth with him?
Lord Grey of Wark, General Wade, the German Bowser, and 80 or 100 more.
It's not enough.
Two of those who came are already lost to us.
How lost?
In some childish quarrel about a horse. One died, the other was forced to flee.
Oh, fools to quarrel among themselves at such a time.
I must go. I hope to find a relay at Chichester, and time presses.
Your horse is waiting, sir.
Ah, good. A work for the cause, good friends, or be slaves forever. Farewell.
Godspeed you, sir.
Time has come for you to go, Micah.
I'm ready, Father.
Joseph.
No, this is no time for weeping. He does what must be done. We must send him on his way with a blithe word and a merry face. My son, I need not tell you to fight manfully and fearlessly in this quarrel. Should the tide of battle ever set in this direction, you may find your old father riding by your side.
Oh, my dear.
Now, let us implore the favor of the Almighty on this expedition. Almighty God.
We all knelt down in the heavy raftered room, while my father offered up an earnest, fervent prayer for our success. My mother knelt beside him, the tears trickling down her sweet, placid face, stifling her sobs lest the sound of them make my leave-taking more bitter. Saxon was sprawled across the arm of the oaken chair, his face buried in his hands, though I suspected there was little piety in his soul. I wondered as I listened whether I should ever see my home again, save in my dreams. I, who was leaving the sheltered cove to plunge into the heart of the storm.
Amen.
Amen.
Master Saxon, a word with you.
Micah, dear, I know your father's given you all you need for your safety, but this, dearest boy, is for your well-being. You'll make me so happy if you'll follow the instructions I've written on this scrap of paper. Read it when you've leisure and think of your mother.
I will, Mother, I promise. Goodbye.
Oh, Mike.
Hey, lass, let him go. Be on your way. God bless you both.
It was close on 1 o'clock in the morning as we made our way through the village where all the folk had been long abed. And, as the sky grew lighter, we passed over the low hills by Chandler's Ford and Rumsey, my hometown now left far behind.
For many lands I wandered free, no pretty maid was safe from me. I kissed and fondled, spake them fair, and bonny maids I had to spare.
Saxon.
Your pleasure, Master Micah.
If you must sing, oblige me by making it something less worldly.
Ah, a hymn you'd suggest, perhaps.
It would be more fitting in view of our errand.
Just, man, I no longer have to lard everything I say with hallelujah or amen to please your father.
Stop.
Now what?
If we're to be comrades, you'll speak with more respect and less flippancy of my father.
Young friend, don't be so hot-headed. It'll land you into trouble. Why, within 5 minutes of seeing me, you'd have hit me over the head with an oar. But ever since, you've been snapping like a dog at my heels whenever I overstep what you regard as a straight line. You remember, you're now going among men who fight on the smallest occasion for a quarrel. A word out of place may mean a rapier thrust.
So long as you bear the same in mind. My temper is peaceful, but covert threats and veiled menaces I shan't abide.
God of mercy. You'll start carving me up soon and taking me into Monmouth camp in sections. Boy, we'll have fighting enough without falling out among ourselves.
And remember what I said.
Pax. What houses are those to the left?
The village of Swaveling. Bishopstoke lies to the right in the hollow.
Then we're 15 miles on our way.
Thereabouts. Peace, Covenant.
Hold him. He neighed for some reason. I smell blood in the air. Hello, what have we here? Beds must be scarce if folks sleep on the highway.
Some drunken lout from the village inn fallen down in his tracks.
Think you so? Now, I think that man sleeps the sleep that knows no waking. Hold my horse.
Truly dead?
And stiffening. Footpads plainly. Not a stiver in his pockets, nor so much as a sleeve link to pay for his burial.
How was he killed?
Stabbed from behind and a tap on the head with the butt of a pistol. A man of position, too, I should judge from his dress. Broadcloth coat, satin breeches, silver buckles on his shoes. The rogues must have had some plunder with him. It'd be a great thing if we should happen to run across them.
You mean and bring them to justice?
Justice? No. I'm for relieving them of their spoils. What? And before you protest, Master Clarke, let me tell you it's no robbery to rob a robber. Now, where shall we hide the body?
Where should we hide it?
For God's sake, man, if this body's found here, there'll be a hue and cry through the country. We're strangers and might be arrested on suspicion.
We've done no wrong.
Even so, the justice will want to know whence we come and whither we go, and that might bode us little good. Therefore I shall drag our silent friend into the bushes, where for a day or two at least he'll be unobserved.
For God's sake, don't trail it like that. Let me carry him. Take Covenant.
You've the thews of an ox and the heart of a woman. The man feels nothing. Hide him well now. I'll scatter dust over these bloodstains. Is he concealed?
Well enough, poor wretch.
Then we'd best mount and be off out of danger's way. I want to be at Salisbury before broad daylight. We'll put up our horses there and have some rest. Nothing to be gained by man or beast coming jaded to wars.
But suppose Monmouth has engaged the enemy before we come to him?
Then we shall have missed a chance of getting our throats cut. Why, man, suppose he's been routed and entirely dispersed. What a joke it would be for us to appear as two loyal subjects who've ridden all the way from Hampshire to strike against the king's enemies. We might chance to get some reward for our zeal. What say you?
I say you're a hypocrite and a time server. If those are your true feelings, let me ride on alone.
Man, I was only jesting. When I embrace a cause, I remain true to it. Now give your horse a taste of the spur. We must move faster.
Hold on. Someone's coming.
Travelling fast. What ho, friend? What news from the west?
How fares Monmouth?
Every prick-eared Whig from the Channel to the Severn is making his way to him.
How many does he number?
Some thousands in arms already, and all of Devonshire's on the move. But the King's had one victory. The rebel horse under Lord Grey was beaten back by the militia of Dorset.
Say you so?
I mustn't tarry. I've papers from the Mayor of Lyme to His Majesty's Council.
The broth is fairly in the fire, then. Now skins have been slit, it's either victory for the rebels, or their quarters will be dangling from every market town in the country.
It's a blow Lord Grey has met with a check.
Cavalry skirmish at the most. One of those 3 shots and a gallop affairs, where each side runs away and each claims the victory. Salisbury's no great distance, friend Micah. When we enter the town, leave the talking to me. Your wrong-headed truthfulness might lay us by the heels before our time.
At Salisbury, we dismounted at the Blue Boar Inn, where Saxon's fierce face and haughty manner at once procured us beds, and a meal, which had been prepared for 3 officers of the Blue in the next apartment.
But for me, you'd have gone hungry for hours, young Micah.
No doubt, but I still don't approve of your method of getting it.
Then perhaps you'd rather not eat it. Oh, don't be a fool, man. Smother your conscience for once and fill your belly. We may not eat again like this for days. Hark at those fellows next door.
Through the partition, we could hear the oaths and complaints of the officers, while we were devouring their capon and their venison pie. Then, our hunger appeased, we threw our tired limbs upon the beds and were soon asleep. I was awakened abruptly by a clash of steel and the sound of raised voices. Saxon's bed was empty. I caught up my sword and hurried to the scene of the commotion. The inn parlour was in the wildest disorder. A table had been overturned. Broken bottles and dishes littered the floor, and packs of cards and a dice box lay among the scattered feast. Saxon, his sword drawn, was challenging a young officer whose face was suffused with shame and anger. 2 other officers in the same blue uniform stood by their comrade.
Take that back! Take it back or I'll run you through!
Saxon, what's happened?
Keep away! I'm teaching this young bantam a lesson. He flew at my throat because he lost at cards and accused me of being a cheat.
And so you are!
You say that twice to my face! Pick up your sword!
Stop! Horsford, you were in the wrong. Apologize.
Never!
I order you!
Nor will I stay in the same room with him.
I make his apologies to you myself, sir. Unless, of course, you wish to take the quarrel further. When I've no doubt our friends will stand our second.
I'm satisfied, sir. We shall all have fighting enough and on.
I was awakened by the clash of steel. I hardly know what's occurred.
We were having a hand at basset, which Mr. Saxon plays as skillfully as he wields his sword. The luck ran against young Horsford, and he took offence.
I held 3 queens for the first time today. I was about to declare them when he flew at my throat. Mine broke 3 excellent bottles of muscadine into the bargain.
The wine is easily replaced. Tapster, bring another bottle. I trust you and your friend will share it in amity.
Gladly.
I'm Major Ogilvy of the King's Royal Horse. This is Colonel Ambrose.
How do you, sir?
And the young hothead whose acquaintance I imagine you'll scarcely wish to pursue is Cornet Horsford of the same regiment. And your young friend?
Micah Clarke from Havant.
Excuse me, sir.
Ah, here's the wine. Your health, gentlemen.
And yours.
You're bound for the west, I take it.
He belonged to the Duke of Beaufort's household.
We ourselves have to prepare quarters for the regiment which will join Churchill's forces not later than tonight. We're trusting the Duke of Beaufort will muster every man he can to hold back the rebels until the royal forces come up.
How many men will Churchill bring?
800 horse at most, but Lord Feversham will follow after with 4,000 foot. Now, we must leave you. We've work to do here. And besides, we must find that foolish boy of ours and tell him it's no disgrace to be disarmed by so expert a swordsman as yourself.
Absolutely. We may meet on the field of battle, if not before.
And God defend the right.
God defend the right.
The remaining hours of daylight we employed in looking over the city. Then, on our way back to the inn, we passed the town lock-up, where, behind a railed space, 2 great bloodhounds were stalking about, with fierce crimsoned eyes and red tongues lolling out of their mouths. A bystander told us they were used for hunting down criminals on Salisbury Plain, and which had been a refuge for rogues and thieves until this method had been adopted. Before we took the road again, I bethought me of the paper my mother had slipped into my hand at our parting. It ran in this wise.
To my dear, dear son, instructions on his going forth to battle. Change your hose when the occasion serves. You've 2 pairs in your saddlebag and can buy more, for the wool work is good in the West. Say the Lord's Prayer night and morning, for none can do without his help. You will find a small bottle of Daffy's elixir in the barrel of your pistol. 5 drops will work off all phlegms and humours, vapours, or rheums. 10 gold pieces are sewn into the hem of your underdoublet. Use them only as a last resource. Fight stoutly for the Lord, but be not too forward in battle. Let others do their share also. And, oh, Micah, come back safe to me, or my very heart will break.
The sweetness and love in this composition caused the tears to spring to my eyes. But I had no time to dwell upon her instructions before the voice of Saxon informed me that all was ready for our departure. We were not half a mile from the town before the roll of kettledrums and the blare of bugles announced the arrival of the regiment of horse our friends at the inn had been expecting.
It's as well we gave them the slip. That young Springle might have smelled a rat, played us an ill turn. You chanced to see my silk handkerchief?
No.
Plague take it. Must have lost it during the scuffle. If ever I meet that Major Ogilvy again, I shall read him a lesson on the need of preserving military precautions, telling us for the asking that Churchill has 800 horse and Feversham 4,000 at the most.
May have been false.
False? No. He spoke it far too glibly.
Listen. Someone's not afraid to gallop in the dark.
Stay in the shadows. Be ready to strike if he spies us.
He's seen us already.
Is Micah Clarke there?
Reuben!
Reuben Lockerby himself. Oh, Micah, lad, I'd hug you if I wasn't sure I'd fall out the saddle. I've been sliding off and clambering back on ever since I left Havant. There never was such a horse for slipping under a man.
What in heaven's name are you doing here?
I come to join you.
Join us?
Master Saxon, my friend Micah Clarke has been my comrade since boyhood, so plague strike me if I don't stick to him now.
For God's sake, man, how do you expect to keep your seat in the face of the enemy if you lose it on a peaceful highway?
I can but try. Perhaps the sudden and unexpected character of my movements may disconcert the said enemy.
How did you find us?
I stopped at the Salisbury Inn and found them searching for you.
Searching for us? The officers?
It seemed they'd a notion you weren't what you professed to be. The inn was surrounded when I passed, but no one knew which road you'd taken.
That young viper. We must press on.
We're off the main road now. They're not likely to follow us up at this side track.
Still, it'll be wise to show them a clean pair of heels. Up!
We rode through belts of pinewood and across broad stretches of fenland and moor. At length, we found ourselves on a desolate plain which stretched away to the shadowy horizon.
Stop a moment. By God, they're after us. We must shake them off or goodbye to Monmouth.
My horse is nearly foundered. She can't go any faster.
How in Hades did they know which road we took? A bloodhound. There's two of them. They've got our scent from my handkerchief. Ride, for God's sake.
You leave me. Go on yourselves. My horse is nearly done for.
No! We stand or fall together.
Yeah!
Saxon! Micah, he's left us.
Let him go. There's a great rock here. Ride behind it.
Right.
I'll be near you behind this one. They'll break the force of the attack. Draw your sword, and when the dogs leap, strike down and strike hard.
That was part 1 of Micah Clarke by Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatized in 5 parts by Constance Cox, with Martin Reed as Micah, Patrick Troughton as Decimus Saxon, and James Bryce as Reuben Lockerbie. Joseph Clarke was played by Nicholas Courtney, Mrs. Clarke by Gwen Cherrell, Zachary Palmer by John Webb, Cornet Horsford by Christopher Douglas, Major Ogilvy by Gregory de Polnay, A Man by Colin Starkey, and A Rider by Robin Summers. Micah Clarke was directed by David Johnston. Micah Clarke by Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatized in 5 parts by Constance Cox, with Martin Reed as Micah, Patrick Troughton as Decimus Saxon, James Bryce as Reuben Lockerbie, and featuring Simon Ward as the Duke of Monmouth. Micah Clarke, Part 2, The Perilous Journey.
As I drew my sword to await our terrible pursuers, it seemed to me a curious irony that I, armed and equipped to fight for Monmouth in the great Protestant cause, should perhaps meet my death before I could strike a blow for him. In the shadow of the rock, Reuben and I could hear the bloodhounds approaching. Then suddenly, a great tawny brute, its black muzzle to the earth, sprang into the moonlight between the rocks, and without pausing, pursued its course onwards with never a glance to right or left. Close behind it came a second, and like the first, it took no notice of us, but bounded along on the trail left by Decimus Saxon.
Why did you shoot? They were passing us.
2 would have been too much for Saxon. Follow them up.
Did you kill that brute, do you think?
I hope to God I did. Can you hear anything of the soldiers?
No, not a sound.
They've given up the chase then, and loosed the dogs as a last resort. Saxon took this way. We must push on if we're to help him. He may, of course, have decided to make a run for it.
No horse could outstrip those dogs. They must run him to earth, and he knows it. Oh, hello. What have we here? It's a dog you fired at, Micah. You got him.
Now then, that's one of them disposed of. We've only got one left to deal with now. Come on.
Pray God it's not got him down. It sounded as though it came from that way.
Bursting through a thick belt of scrub and gorse, we came upon a circular clearing, brightly illuminated by the silvery moonshine. In the centre of this rose a giant stone, one of those high, dark columns which are found all over the plain, and especially in the parts round Stonehenge. On top of this ancient stone, cross-legged and motionless, like some strange carved idol, sat Decimus Saxon, puffing sedately at his long pipe. Beneath him, a great bloodhound was rearing in its frenzy to reach the impassive figure perched above.
Saxon! Look, dear friend!
Reuben's terrified steed reared, and he rolled off into the very jaws of the hound.
Bravely shot, friend Micah. A bullseye.
Are you hurt, Reuben?
No, I'm only winded. I owe you my life for that, Micah. I hope Emily lived to do as much for you.
And I owe you both one. I pay my debts, too, for good or evil.
Can you get down? Or do you need help?
Easier down than up. I sprang up here from Chloe's back. Up. No wonder they stuck to my track. I not only left my handkerchief behind, but my spare girth as well. That put them on Chloe's scent as well as mine.
Where is your horse?
Chloe had to look out for herself. I found the brute gaining on me, you see, so as we passed this handy stone, I leapt for it. Even then, I had to tear my heel out of its mouth.
What do you propose to do now, Master Saxon?
I recover my mare if I can, though on this vast moor she'll be difficult to find.
And my horse must rest.
Rest we dare not, unless under cover. There's none in this place.
Hold a moment.
What are you staring at?
Over there, to the right. Well, don't you see a glimmer of light?
Oh, will-o'-the-wisp.
No, it burns steady and clear.
It may be a dwelling.
Where there's light, there's life. Let's make for it and see what chance of shelter we may find there.
Picking our way across the moor, we directed our course for the light that twinkled in the distance. As we advanced, we hazarded 1,000 conjectures as to whence it could come. The roadway was miles behind us, and no one save those driven by necessity would ever find themselves in that desolate region. As we approached, we saw that the light did indeed come from a small cottage, built into a hollow, so as to be invisible, save from the direction from which we approached. And to our astonishment, Saxon's horse stood peacefully grazing in front of this humble dwelling.
My luck holds, comrades. I'm none so sure about the safety of this place.
He's right. That light has changed to red. And there's a most abominable smell in the air.
Chemicals of some sort, I'd say.
Oh.
We've come upon something mighty strange.
Should we press on further, do you think?
No, we need rest and shelter. Only an infidel would refuse to give it to us.
That's what we'd like to find. But have it your way. Knock at the door. Something's being locked away inside. That makes me curious. Knock again.
Who is it?
3 weary travellers who ask the courtesy of your roof.
There's little shelter here, gentlemen, and less provisions. Amesbury's but 6 miles further. There you'll find what's needful for man and beast.
One of our horses is completely foundered. We could no more make for Amesbury than the lowlands. We're peaceful men. Why give us such a scurvy reception?
We ask for nothing but shelter, sir.
By the strong light which shone out behind him, we could see that the owner of the cottage was a man of venerable aspect, with snow-white hair and a long, flowing beard. His upright bearing, suggestive of a soldier, and his rich costume of black velvet was strangely at variance with the humble nature of his dwelling place.
Ah, 2 of you unused to war, and the other an old soldier. You've been pursued, I see.
How did you know that, then?
I've served in my time, friend. I can tell when horses have been spurred to the utmost. Your story, however, can keep. Every true soldier thinks first of his horse. So tether them by the grass, and fetch water from the well. Then, gentlemen, you're free to enter. The well is over there.
Rise to you, sir.
The strange dwelling which we presently entered had been dug into the side of the little hill against which it had been built, so as to form a long, narrow chamber. The ends of this room were wrapped in shadow, but in the centre was a bright glare from a brazier full of coals, over which a brass pipkin was suspended. A long wooden table was covered with curved glass flasks, basins, tubings, and other instruments, while upon a shelf various coloured liquids and powders were arranged.
You behold in me, gentlemen, the last of an ancient family. I am Sir Jacob Clancing of Snellaby Hall.
Snellaby it should be, Micah.
I pray you be seated. Lay aside your breastplates and headpieces. Remove your boots.
Thank you.
I've but to complete a small experiment which will brook no delay.
Our host approached the evil-smelling pipkin, and dipping a ladle into the compound, scooped up a thick yellow fluid. Then, taking a handful of whitish powder, he threw it into the mixture, which instantly began to froth over into the fire, causing the flames to assume an unearthly greenish hue. This done, Sir Jacob pushed aside all the bottles and turned to us with a smiling face.
Now, let's see what my poor larder can furnish. Meanwhile, this odour may be offensive to your untrained nostrils, so we shall away with it. Thus.
The smell's gone. How did you do that?
A few grains of balsamic resin, young man.
What?
Known to all chemists. I would I had better fare to offer you, but at least I have trout from a nearby stream, and a venison pasty from deer that sometimes wander by. Oh, I fancy, too, that I can lay my hands upon a bottle or two of old wine.
We shall feast upon this like princes, sir. We thank you.
Then fall to, gentlemen.
Thank you, sir.
There we are. You are bound for Monmouth's camp, I fancy.
We're bound for the west. I say no more.
Oh, you need not fear I shall betray you, even if it were in my power. What chance do you think the Duke has against the King's forces?
About as much chance as a farmyard fowl against a spurred gamecock, if he relies on those he has about him. But he believes that England's like a powder magazine, and hopes to be the spark that sets it alight.
The King has very great resources. Where is Monmouth to get his trained soldiers?
There's the militia.
And there's many of the old parliamentarians who aren't too far gone to strike a blow for their belief. All that's needed is to get half a dozen broad-brimmed, snuffle-nosed preachers into a camp, and the whole Presbyterian tribe will swarm round them like flies on a honeypot. No recruiting sergeant will ever raise such an army as a canting preacher.
You sound like a soldier of experience. Why are you throwing the weight of your sword and your skill into the weaker scale?
For the very reason that it is the weaker scale. It's nothing to me whether James Stuart or James Walters sits on the throne. But the court and army of the king are already made up, so I'd nothing to gain there.
Jackson.
Monmouth, on the other hand, has to find courtiers and soldiers. Therefore, it may well happen he'll be glad of my services and reward them with honourable preferment.
Your logic is sound, but you've omitted a very great risk you run of losing your head if the Duke is defeated.
One can't throw a dice without putting a stake on the board.
And you, young sir, what caused you to take a hand in this dangerous game?
I come of Roundhead stock. My folk have always fought for the liberty of the people and the humbling of tyranny. I come in place of my father.
And you, sir?
I come to see something of the world, to be with my friend and companion here.
And I have stronger reasons than any of you for appearing in arms against any man who bears the name of Stuart.
You, sir?
But for my mission here, I might well be tempted to go westward with you. I did not always live in a hovel, gentlemen. Well, more wine, good sirs. That's it. Here's a toast for you. Perdition to all faithless princes.
Aye, perdition.
What happened to you, sir?
What happened to me? What did not? When troubles came upon the first Charles, I stood by him like a brother. Everything I had was poured into the cause, from gold and silver to farms and oak trees. In the end, it was even my own house. After the final ruin of Worcester, I was forced to flee to the lowlands with nothing save my sword and a few broad pieces in my pocket.
But the throne was regained by Charles II. Surely then your services were recognized?
Recognized? Oh, young man, you little know the way of princes. For weeks I hung about the court. I and other poor cavaliers like myself, watching the royal brothers squandering upon their gaming and their royal harlots sums which would have restored to us all we had lost. In desperation, I took myself to a levee, and was duly presented to the king. I explained to him the state to which I had been reduced in his cause, and his manner chilled to me at once. Everyone is asking me for money and places, he said. However, I'll see what can be done for you.
But he did nothing?
Nothing. Finally, I received another message from him. It was that unless I could dress more in the mode, he could dispense with my attendance at court. That, gentleman, was his answer to the old, broken soldier who had sacrificed health, wealth, position, everything in the service of his father.
It was shameful, sir.
Can you wonder, then, that I cursed the whole Stuart race, false-hearted, lecherous, and cruel?
All the same, friend. I fancy you've found another way back to fortune.
That's as maybe. Ah, but our wine is finished, and your youngest companion is nodding in his chair. There are blankets and rugs. They're only a soldier's couch, but you may sleep on worse before you put Monmouth on the throne.
We're more than grateful, sir.
I myself sleep in an inner chamber, hollowed out of the hill. I bid you good night, gentlemen.
Good night, sir.
Good night, sir.
Reuben's asleep already. I'll throw this blanket over him. Which corner of the room do you want?
Oh, any place will do for me. Master Clarke, here.
What is it?
You see that iron-bound chest in the alcove? I'll wager it's 2/3 full of gold of that old fellow's manufacture.
Why should you think that?
When we knocked at the door, there was a scuttling about inside and the turning of a lock. I looked through a chink in the wall and saw a dull yellow gleam from that chest that could only come from gold. Let's see if it indeed be locked.
Saxon, the man has been good to us. Would you repay his hospitality by robbing him?
Why not? He can make more as easily as your mother can make apple dumplings.
If you touch that chest, I'll lay you on your back and tell our host what manner of man you are.
It seems to me we shall come as badly out of this war as he did out of his, if you refuse all chance of plunder.
I fight for the right, not for booty. Now go to sleep. And I warn you, if you stir, I shall know it. We were up betimes, and after breakfast we looked to our horses. As we prepared for our departure, our host came out carrying some armour and beckoned Reuben.
Young man!
Yes, sir?
You must not go unprotected against the enemy when your comrades are clad in steel. Now this breastplate and headpiece should fit you.
Oh, they're magnificent, sir. My heartiest thanks.
Now, let me help you with the breastplate. Now it goes so. That's it. Both are steel, so a bullet will glance from them. Now the headpiece. It couldn't fit you better. You're now a cavalier whom Monmouth will be proud to see ride beneath his banner.
I'm always minded to ride back to Avon to show them what a stout man-at-arms I've become. I'm truly beholden to you, sir.
And to you, young man, I give this book. I noticed you cast a wistful eye at my bookshelves last night.
Plutarch's Lives. I've long wished for it.
Shape your own life by the example of the giant men whose deeds are recorded in it, and you cannot go wrong.
Thank you, Sir Jacob.
Also, you'll find in your saddlebag a small but weighty packet which I ask you to hand over to Monmouth on the day of your arrival at his camp.
It shall be done, sir.
For you, my old campaigner,
Sir,
here is a slug of virgin gold, which may fashion into a pin or some such ornament. You may wear it with a quiet conscience, for it's fairly given to you, not filched from your host while he slept. Now, be on your way. Follow the sheep track until you come to a broken path which makes for the west. This path will lead you soon to Mere, and then to Bruton on the Somerset border. Fare you well.
Farewell. Thank you, Sir Jacob.
For many miles we rode across the great dun-coloured plain, avoiding the king's troops whom we saw on the highway. At length we reached Bruton, and of all the recollections I retain of that place, none is so pleasing as that of the buxom landlady's face, and the steaming dishes she placed before us in her own private room.
I hope, gentlemen, you'll find this to your satisfaction. Please to give me a call if there's anything else you require.
I fancy we owe you a favour, mistress.
Oh?
You've given up your room to us, so won't you sit down and share our meal?
Oh, you do me too much honour, sir. It's not for me to sit down with gentlefolk like yourselves.
Then you shall drink a glass of wine with us. Beauty such as yours, madam, has a claim, which persons of quality, and above all, gentlemen of the sword, are the first to acknowledge.
Then, here's to you, sir. And to you, young gentlemen.
No.
May there be a speedy end to the insurrection.
Amen to that.
Coupled with your very good health, mistress.
Oh. Well, you're soldiers of the king, I take it, gentlemen.
We're bound for the west, certainly, to fight for the right.
They tell me the rebels are as many as 7,000, and they swear to give no quarter. How any gentleman can take to such bloody work when he might have a clean, honourable occupation such as innkeeping or the like is more than my poor mind can understand.
But this business has surely increased your trade, mistress. You have a snug house and a steady income.
True. Would that my poor Peter had lived to share it with me. He was a good man, even though he did at last become as broad and thick as one of his own beer barrels. Still, if a woman were always to wait until her own fancy came her way, there'd be more maids than mothers in the land.
How runs your own fancy, mistress?
Not in the direction of fat, young man.
She's hit you there, Reuben.
I'd have a man with a knowledge of the world and ripe experience. I'd like him to be tall and of sinewy build, a good talker so he could help to entertain the gentlefolk when they crack a flagon of wine, and of business habits too, for this is a busy house, and 200 good pounds a year would pass through his fingers. Yes, if Jane Hobson's to be led to the altar again, it must be by such a man as this. But I must go, gentlemen. Here's more company coming. Thank the Lord.
By heaven, Saxon, she described you to the very life.
Body of me. I've half a mind to marry the widow. Let Monmouth carve out his own future.
So much for loyalty.
Loyalty be hanged. A man must look after himself. £200 a year aren't to be picked off the roadside every morning. What's going on?
Someone's picking your right fruit already by the sound of it.
The devil he is.
No quarrelling, Saxon. She's not yours yet.
Forgive me, gentlemen, but this young nobleman would be glad to drink his wine with you if you've no objection. All the other rooms are filled with the townsfolk and peasantry.
Allow me, ma'am, to be my own usher. Sir Gervas Jerome, gentlemen, Knight Banneret of the County of Surrey, and your very humble son.
Welcome, sir. You have before you Don Decimo Saxon of the Spanish nobility, together with Sir Micah Clarke and Sir Reuben Lockerby, both of His Majesty's County of Hampshire.
Proud and glad to meet you, gentlemen. But what's this on the table? Alicante? Oh, fie. Let's have some good sack and plenty of it. Fly, my sweetest, for my throat is like leather. Methought I drank deep last night, but plainly I didn't drink enough, for I was as dry as a concordance when I awoke. You've no objection, gentlemen, if I attempt to amend my toilette?
None in the world, sir.
Saxon sat at table, looking at the stranger out of his half-closed eyes, so that I feared we should have another such brawl as occurred at Salisbury. Our new companion was young, no more than 26, his face thin and aristocratic, with a gay, careless expression. His clothes were in the height of fashion, but they bore evidence of having seen better days, and his toe was pushing its way through the end of one of his long riding boots. While we were noting these peculiarities, he was reclining upon Dame Hobson's taffeta-covered settee, calmly dressing his wig, with a delicate ivory comb he'd taken from a satin bag that hung upon his sword-belt.
Lord preserve us from these country inns. What with the want of mirrors, jasmine water, and other necessaries, blister me if one hasn't to do one's toilet in the common room.
When you come to my age, young sir, you may know better than to decry a comfortable common hostel.
Very like, sir, very like. But until that time, I prefer not to behave like a heathen. Ah, here comes the sack. Pour it out, my pretty Eve.
Oh, Lord, sir.
These gentlemen are to do me the honour of drinking with me. A pinch of snuff, sir. You may well look at the box. A pretty little thing from a certain lady of title who shall be nameless. Though, if I were to say that her title begins with a D and her name with a C, well, a gentleman of the court might hazard a guess.
Mistress Hobson, a private word with you.
Oh, why, to be sure, sir. The where that's not crowded.
Anywhere but here.
Sink me, I've frightened your comrade away. Or is it possible he's pursuing the plump widow? I thought he looked in no very good temper when I kissed her at the door. Yet it's a courtesy I seldom refuse to anything which wears a petticoat. Are you riding to the wars, gentlemen? You seem much armed and accoutred.
We are bound, certainly, for the West.
In what capacity? A king or pretender? For myself, I'd as soon ride with the clown as the crown, with all due respect to your own principles.
For God's sake, sir. Don't you know you risk your liberty, perhaps your life, in saying what you've just said?
I don't care the rind of a rotten orange for life or liberty either. It'd be a new sensation for me to bandy words with some clodhopper country justice and be consigned to a dungeon like the hero in a play.
With racks and pincers for a prologue.
Oh, anything for a change. But you've not answered my question.
I can hardly be as frank as you, sir. Hasty confidences are apt to lead to repentance.
Daniel, come to judgment. I'll warrant you're 5 years younger than me, yet you talk like the 7 wise men of Greece. Will you take me as your valet?
As a what?
Valet. Groom de chambre, body servant, what you will. I need a place, young gentleman.
You'd be my valet?
Why not? I've been waited on so long, it's my turn to wait now. And I wouldn't wish a more likely master. Do you want a list of my accomplishments? I can dance, fence, ride, sing, play the best game of piquet in London, brew a bowl of punch and broil a devilled fowl. It's not much, but I can do it well.
You're speaking in jest, of course.
Not a whit. To such base uses are we come, as Shakespeare says. Sir Gervas Jerome, Knight Banneret, sole owner of Beecham Ford Park, with a rent roll of 4,000 a year, is up for sale and will be knocked down to the bidder who pleases him best.
Are you saying you've lost all, Sir Gervas?
Not lost, young friend. Ran through it, as the saying is. I've a guinea or two in my purse, and my rings, my gold snuff box. I have, too, in this bag, the means of preserving that elegance of person which made me as well-groomed a man as ever set foot in St. James's Park. What more could a man wish for?
It would be absurd, Sir Jervis, for me to take you as my valet.
Oh, you rate yourself too low, Master Clarke.
But if you care to attach yourself to our party, I see no objection. Unless Master Saxon demurs.
And on his cue comes the knight of the wrathful countenance.
Our horses are ready. We stayed too long as it is.
Saxon, Sir Jervis would like to travel with our party.
With your permission.
We go to fight, sir. It's no work for coxcombs.
Wait. Monmouth is weak in horse. Sir Jervis is a well-appointed cavalier and ready for anything.
To the death, if need be.
Well, the handle to his name may be of use. If you come with us, Sir Jervis, you must be ready to follow without question. Is that agreed?
With all my heart.
Then let's drink to our better acquaintance.
I pledge you all. Here's to a fair fight, and may the best man win.
The Lord Harry, sir, I trust there's metal in you, for all your gay plumage. Give me a hand.
The soldier of fortune's great brown fist enclosed the delicate hand of our new friend. Then, bidding adieu to Dame Hobson, who glanced reproachfully at Saxon, we sprang on our horses and continued our journey. Sir Jervis soon proved himself in a skirmish we had with a troop of the King's dragoons encountered on the road to Taunton. Reuben and I acquitted ourselves with credit, Sir Jervis with gallantry, and Saxon with such generalship that, aided by some peasants armed with pikes and scythes, we left 9 enemy dead and 14 wounded. As we entered Taunton, we found that Saxon's fame had preceded him, and on the steps of the town hall, the mayor offered him the command of the town's forces, which were awaiting the coming of Monmouth.
'Tis raw material you'll have to lick into soldiership, I fear, Colonel Saxon. But their hearts are great, and they'll lay down their lives for the cause.
How many musketeers have we, Mr. Mayor?
As yet, 45.
Sir Jervis?
Colonel?
I hand over the captaincy of this company to you.
Gad, but I shall insist they powder their heads.
Do as you will with them. Now let the pikemen stand forth.
There are 87, Colonel.
Serviceable number. Lockerbie?
Colonel?
You'll take these men and ride at their head.
Faith, Micah, if they don't fight better than their captain rides, it'll be an ill business.
Captain Micah Clarke.
Colonel Saxon?
The 3rd Company of Scythemen I commit to your charge. Now hark you all, my friends. Whilst I command, this regiment shall be worthy to stand among the best in this great and soul-raising cause. If there is any man among you who fears to serve under a hard discipline, let him stand forth now.
Not one man moves, Colonel.
Look to such arms as you have. We drill at first light in the morning.
Colonel Saxon, I trust you and your officers will take your abode up with me during your stay in this town.
We should be happy to, sir. We've not yet arranged quarters.
Then come with me, gentlemen. These are my work people and apprentices. Is the food ready, Ruth?
All ready, Grandpa.
This gentleman is my granddaughter, Ruth. These cavaliers, my dear, have come from afar to serve the cause and have done us the honour to accept our hospitality.
Be seated, please, gentlemen.
Oh, thank you, Mistress Ruth. Micah, don't you think that little Mistress Ruth is one of the prettiest girls you ever spied?
Keep your admiration to yourself, Reuben. That young man across the table has seen how you looked at her. He doesn't seem friendly.
Mr. Mayor, when is Monmouth expected?
The king lies less than 10 miles off. We expect him to make his entry into the town within 5 days.
He calls himself king already, does he? As well perhaps now to assume the crown, since he may not wear it later.
Right will prevail. Is it not so spoken in a good book?
Oh, hush, John Derek.
Aye, but right is better enforced by might, and might is what we lack.
The Burin are at the strength of 20 men.
Peace, John Derek. Your zeal outruns your courtesy.
Your enemy's hot-blooded, Reuben.
Take no offence, Colonel. He's a good young man and an honourable craftsman. Last Lady Day he aspired to the hand of my granddaughter, but she would have none of him, and I fear he took it badly.
Now, gentlemen, you have had hard travel and hard fighting, and now you must eat and drink heartily. Oh, I will say grace.
Next morning, from cockcrow to sunset, the streets resounded with the commands of "Poise your muskets and order your muskets,
as we daily became more soldierly. Late one evening, I was returning to Mayor Timewell's house when suddenly I heard shouting and the clash of swords.
You're not wanted here, Lockerbie!
Micah! Micah! Help, for God's sake! Reuben! Why don't you stand and fight, you cowards?
Reuben, are you hurt? In the wind, mostly. Thanks to Sir Jacob's breastplate. Look to the girl. Why, Mistress Ruth.
I'm unhurt, Master Clarke. Thanks to you, Reuben.
We should go off.
Oh, no, please. Let the matter rest. And say nothing to my grandfather.
It should be told. The men ought to be taken up.
He has greater matters on his mind. It would only distress him. Oh, promise me, please, to say nothing.
If you wish.
Oh, thank you. Oh, dear. I seem to have lost my glove. Oh, no matter. I may find it in the morning. Good night to you both.
Good night, Ruth.
Good night. Reuben. That man who attacked you. I thought I recognized him.
So did I. Our grandfather should be aware of some of his apprentices.
Derek. He's jealous of you, Reuben.
He'd have cause to be if he knew I had this.
Her glove? You picked it up?
And wouldn't barter it for all the gold in her grandfather's coffers.
You came to fight, not to fall in love.
Early next day, we learned that Monmouth was approaching the town with his army. Every effort was made to give him a welcome which should be worthy of the most Protestant town in England. Rich velvets, tapestries, and costly brocades fluttered from windows and lined the balconies. Gay flags hung from the roofs, and the blue ensign of Monmouth waved from the turret of St. James's Church. Saxon and I sat on our horses at the head of our companies, and as we watched, the van of Monmouth's army began to roll out from the cover of the trees.
Aren't they splendid?
Splendid? Haven't they a general among them? No advance party before the vanguard, no space left between the foreguard and the main battle. Why, if I were a king's officer with a troop of light horse, I could swoop down on them like a kestrel on a brood of young plover and scatter them in a cloud of dust.
Not riding into battle yet.
One should always be prepared. Comes their leader, if I mistake not.
As he spoke, a group of gaily dressed cavaliers broke away from the main body and rode straight for the town. Their leader was a tall, slim, elegant young man who sat his horse with the grace of a skilled rider, and who was remarkable for the richness of his trappings and the gallantry of his bearing.
Going to meet them.
Your Majesty, you do our town great honor.
You must not kneel to me, good Master Mayor. It's for my enemies to sink before me, not my friends. What is that scroll you hold?
An address of welcome and allegiance, Your Majesty, from the loyal citizens of Taunton.
I need no such address. It's written all around me in fairer characters than ever found themselves upon parchment. Your name is Stephen Timewell, I understand.
The same, Your Majesty.
Too short a name for so trusty a man. I shall make it longer by 3 letters. Kneel, Master Timewell. Rise up, Sir Stephen. And may I find many other knights in my dominion as loyal and as worthy. My people, I call you my people, for you have called me your king. I come not to assert my right, but to throw down the usurper and allow the Commons of England to appoint a monarch of their choice. It will be a hard fight and a bitter one, But though our numbers are small, our hearts are great. For God is with us. He will help us to build in this England of ours such a temple to the true faith that popery shall never prevail against it.
Monmouth called a council meeting that same evening, and we were summoned to attend.
Pretty company in faith. There's not a man here who hasn't been tempted by some bait or other. With Grey, it's a dukedom. With Wade, a woolsack. And that German Bowser by the plunder of Cheapside.
You came into this affair yourself with hope of profit.
In return for loyalty. I doubt if some of these men can say as much.
Quiet. The Duke is going to speak.
I must join him.
Colonel Bowser, may I sit by you?
Of course, I'll come right there. You're welcome.
Gentlemen, we are here to consider the conflict which lies before us.
God will defend the right.
I trust he will, Dr. Ferguson, but he's beholden to us to give him such assistance as we can. Colonel Saxon.
Your Majesty.
I'm told you've seen much service abroad. What think you of our army you saw this morning?
It's like so much uncarded wool, Your Majesty. Rough enough at the moment, yet may in time be woven into a noble garment.
There's not much leisure for the weaving. The question is, do we stay here, where our own strength lies, to await the usurper's troops, or do we go forward to meet them? Well, speak, gentlemen.
Well, if nobody else will give an opinion, I will speak for myself, as led by the inward voice. Have we no heard that Argyle is cutting off?
More's the pity, Dr. Ferguson.
Aye, and for why, Lord Grey? Because he hadn't a due faith in the workings of the Almighty. Why did he not gird up his loins and march straight onwards towards the wicked tune of London, instead of dallying here and biding there? And the same will befall us if we dinna march on. We have the men. What should stay us here?
Your Majesty, might I ask, what is our total strength?
I brought 8,000 men with me into the town, my good Colonel Bowser, and 1,500 more have joined me here. As many again were turned away because we could not arm them. Lord Grey, you've heard what Dr. Ferguson has said. What is your advice?
To advance to the east would be fatal. You are a minister, Dr. Ferguson. I am a soldier. James Stewart is strong in horse, and we have none. We can hold our own amongst hedgerows or in broken country, but what chance will we have in the middle of Salisbury Plain? My humble judgment, sir, unless we heard of some great outbreak elsewhere or some general movement in our favour in London, we would do best to hold our ground and await an attack.
But how long are we to wait for this outbreak which never comes, for this support which is ever promised and never provided? Not a nobleman has taken up arms for me save Lord Grey, who was himself an exile. Where are the men who were promised to me from London? Where are the breakings out from Berwick to Portland? Not a man has moved save only these good peasants. I've been deluded, ensnared, trapped. Trapped by vile agents who've led me into the shambles.
Trust in the Lord, sir!
At this moment, I would rather trust in a strong fighting army. Colonel Bowser, do you agree with my Lord Grey?
Ask Saxon, Your Majesty. He and I have fought together in wars abroad. My opinion is ever the same as his.
Colonel Saxon, if you had the casting vote in this, how would you decide? Advance or stand our ground? I'm waiting, Colonel.
As I understand it, Your Majesty, 3,000 of James Stewart's foot, 800 of the Blue Guard, and 2 or 3 dragoon regiments are making for Salisbury Plain. If we attempt an engagement, we should be scattered like grains of dust.
As I said, sire.
Lack of faith, Your Majesty! Lack of faith!
Peace, Master Ferguson! Let Colonel Saxon go on.
On the other hand, sire, to remain here is equally impossible. Your Majesty's friends would lose all heart. The rustics would drift away to their wives and homes.
He's right, I have seen a great army soar away like an icicle in the sunshine.
Well, what then is our alternative?
To keep them, we must employ them. Never let them have an idle minute. Drill them, march them, exercise them, work them, preach to them.
You mean then keep them here, Colonel
No,
Saxon?
sire. This cannot be done in snug quarters. They must travel.
We can't hope to end this business until we get to London.
London!
London, therefore, must be our goal.
But the troops are waiting us.
There are many ways of reaching London, Lord Grey. Your Majesty, I've heard, has many friends in Bristol and the Midlands.
That is so.
My advice, then, is that we march round in that direction. Should we take Bristol, and I've heard the works are not very strong,
Aye, that's so.
it would give us a very good command of shipping and a rare centre from which to act.
By my faith, Colonel, you make it all as clear as day. If we make ourselves strong in the west, and my uncle is threatened with disaffection elsewhere, he will have no chance to hold out against us. To fight us on our own ground, he would have to drain his troops from north, south, and east, which is not to be thought of. We may very well march to London by way of Bristol.
That's the way, sire. There is one point which might be urged.
Let us hear it, Master Wade. You've been silent hitherto.
We have, as your Majesty truly says, met with discouragement in the fact that no noblemen and few commoners of repute have declared for us. It would assist our cause if we could bring a duke or two to our standards.
But how? That's the question.
I would recommend, your Majesty, some form of summons or writ be served upon them, calling them to appear in our camp within a certain date, upon pain of high treason.
Oh, there spoke the legal mind. But you've omitted to tell us how the same writ or summons is to be conveyed to the said delinquents.
Such a summons should be sent to the Duke of Beaufort. He is President of Wales. He has 200 horses in his stables. 1,000 men sit down at his tables every day. Moreover, he is Protestant.
Aye.
A special effort should be made to gain him over.
You forget Wade Beaufort is already in arms against us.
As your Majesty says. But he may be induced to change, sire.
Your counsel is good, Master Wayne. But I fancy your messenger would find himself swinging from one of the Badminton Oaks if the Duke desired to show his loyalty to James Stuart. Where are we to find a man wary and bold enough for such a mission?
Well, that's true, Lord Grey. Better not to do it at all than do it in a clumsy and a halting fashion.
Sire, it could be accomplished if only one man could be found.
Who is that Goliath at the back who appears to be signalling to us?
One of my captains, Your Majesty, Micah Clarke, a man of Hampshire.
You have something to say, Captain Clarke?
If it please Your Majesty, have I your permission to speak on two matters?
By all means.
First, sire, I was commissioned by Sir Jacob Clancing to give you this packet.
Clancing? Oh, what does it contain?
I do not know, Your Majesty.
A bar of pure gold. By all that's wonderful. Take it, Wade, and add it to the common fund. That little piece of metal will furnish 10 pikemen. Our warmest thanks to Sir Jacob.
There's a scrap of paper here you've not read, sire. Also from Sir Jacob.
Oh, it's a rhyming catch, or a posy of a ring. What, gentlemen, are we to make of this? When my star is in trine, between darkness and shine, Duke Monmouth, beware of the Rhine. Well, what tomfoolery is this?
Your Majesty, I believe Sir Jacob is deeply skilled in the arts of divination.
Oh, he's missed his mark this time, I fear. There's little chance of our fighting out our quarrel on the banks of the Rhine. You had something more to say, Captain Clarke?
If you think me worthy enough, sire, I would like to offer myself as your messenger to the Duke of Beaufort.
God in heaven, young fool!
My father bade me spare neither life nor limb in this quarrel. If the council think the Duke may be won over, I'm ready to guarantee that the message shall be delivered to him.
No better herald could be found, sire. The lad has a cool head and a staunch heart.
Then, young sir, we accept your loyal and gallant offer. Be ready and saddled tomorrow at daybreak.
I will, sire.
May good fortune go with you.
Now, gentlemen, I dismiss you to your posts. Be diligent and faithful.
Micah, lad, for God's sake, take care. There's real danger in what you're doing. The Duke is lieutenant of the county, which means he has the power to hang you if he chooses.
I know it, Saxon.
On the other hand, if you chance to succeed, it may lay the foundations of your fortune and be the means of saving Monmouth. And by the Lord Harry, he needs help enough. I never saw such a rabble as that army of his. A few whiffs of shot and a cavalry charge would scatter them over the country. Have you any messages to leave?
None, save my love to my mother.
Remember this, lad. Should you fall in any unfair way, I'll not forget his Grace of Beaufort. Any of his gentlemen who come my way shall hang as high as Haman. Now make for your chamber, and have as good a slumber as you may. God go with you.
Having given my orders that Covenant should be saddled and bridled by daybreak, I'd gone to my room and was preparing for a long night's rest when Sir Gervas came in bearing some papers.
What do you most wish for?
News from Havant.
Right.
This is from my father.
What says he? Oh, come, let me just have a glimpse of your respected parent, the Roundhead.
A few lines, then. My dear son, I trust you are bearing yourself as becomes you. In all danger and difficulty, ask help from on high. If you are in authority, teach your men to sing psalms as they fall on, as is the good old custom, and strike lustily for truth and conscience.
Good precepts, i' faith.
There's a note, too, from my mother. Micah, dear, remember what I said about your hose, and also the broad linen collars you will find in your bag. Should your feet chafe, rub tallow on the inside of your boots, and when cold or wet, take 10 drops of Daffy's elixir in a small glass of strong waters. 1,000 kisses, dear heart, from your loving mother.
A right sensible couple. I now begin to understand your manufacture, Clarke. This tells me enough of your home at Havant to make me wish to know more.
I hope one day you will visit me there.
One day, perhaps. Well, out with the light now. We must both be stirring at cockcrow. That's our religion at present. Early Christians.
I woke early and dressed quietly so as not to disturb Gervas, who was still asleep. In Mayor Timewell's parlour, I found myself confronted by a fussy little person.
Captain Clarke, you're already astir.
Who are you? Oh, you're the mayor's clerk, surely.
That's right, Captain. Tetheridge is my name. Sir Stephen, you may recall His Majesty knighted him for his services.
I do, but to the point, Master Tetheridge.
Sir Stephen requested me to come and see if there was anything you required for your journey, feeling, rightly enough, it were better the ordinary servants knew nothing about it.
The news seems to have spread, nonetheless.
But I'm to be trusted, you see, Captain, being in Sir Stephen's confidence. Let me assist you with your accoutrements. You've not yet put on your breastplate or helmet.
I shan't be wearing them.
But, Captain,
I shall be riding as an ordinary traveller, not as a soldier. Thank you for coming, Master Tetheridge, but tell the mayor there is nothing I need.
Oh, I forgot to tell you, Captain. The Honourable Master Wade is waiting for you.
Master Wade? Bring him in at once.
Certainly, Captain. Master Wade?
Forgive me, sir. I've only just learned you were here.
Pray leave us, Master Tetheridge.
Sir. Good fortune go with you, Captain.
Aye.
Now, Captain Clarke, as to your journey, you had best make your way round by Nether Stowey and the Bristol Channel. We've heard that the enemy's horse blocks the road on the far side of Wells. Here is the packet for the Duke of Beaufort. Guard it well.
I will, sir.
That packet also contains a copy of the deposition of the clergyman at The Hague, who saw Charles II marry Lucy Walters, the mother of His Majesty. I must impress upon you that your mission is of such importance that the success of our whole enterprise may turn upon it. See that you serve the packet only upon the Duke, not through any intermediary, or it may not stand in a court of law.
I give you my word, sir.
Good. That's all then, Captain. The Duke may be at Bristol, but you best make for his seat at Badminton. Keep a still tongue and a quick ear. And God be with you.
And so I rode out through Taunton, with its streets still decorated with faded flowers and gay with streamers, upon the most dangerous journey I was ever to take in my life.
That was part 2 of Micah Clarke by Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatized in 5 parts by Constance Cox, with Martin Reed as Micah, Patrick Troughton as Decimus Saxon, James Bryce as Reuben Lockerbie, and featuring Simon Ward as the Duke of Monmouth. Sir Jacob Clancing was played by Lockwood West, Sir Jervis Jerram by Mark Straker, Dame Hobson by Mia Soterio, Mayor Timewell by William Edel, his daughter Ruth by Johnny Funnell, John Derrick by William Hope, Dr. Ferguson by Henry Stamper, Lord Grey by David Sinclair, Captain Bowser by Geoffrey Collins, Master Wade by Steve Hodson, and Master Tetheridge by Stephen Thorne. Micah Clarke was directed by David Johnston. Micah Clarke by Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatized for radio in 5 parts by Constance Cox, with Martin Reed as Micah, Patrick Troughton as Decimus Saxon, James Bryce as Reuben Lockerbie, and featuring Simon Ward as the Duke of Monmouth. Micah Clarke, Part 3, King Monmouth.
My eager horse, Covenant, was delighted at being on the move again, and once beyond the old walls of Taunton, I found myself out in the countryside, with my face to the north and a clear road ahead of me. All day I rode, meeting few folk, for I kept away from the main roads, pausing only for a blackjack of ale and the heel of a loaf at a wayside inn. Towards evening, I came upon the banks of the Bristol Channel, where the country grew bleaker. I thought of my mother and father, and I pondered over Decimus Saxon, his many-faced character having so much in it to be admired, and yet so much to be deplored. Turning these things over in my mind, I daydreamed upon my horse's back, when suddenly I was thrown to the ground, and lay there half-stunned.
Get the rope round his ankles. Dickon, tie his arms.
He's a giant.
Bind him well, then. Peter, look to his horse, the fine beast. It'll fetch many a gold piece.
Through half-closed eyes, I now saw that a strong rope had been tied across the road from one tree to another. My captors appeared to number 7 or 8, rough-bearded fellows in fur caps and fustian jackets, pointing pistols at my head.
Up with him now. Let's get him safely into the bilbo.
I was carried down a track in a great gorge, until a high tangle of brushwood barred our path. Somebody whistled, and the whole mass suddenly swung to one side as though upon a hinge, and passing through a passage, we came out into a roomy cave, lit by torches, and piled with great kegs, casks, and cases. Several more men awaited my captors.
You've got him, Captain. Was he alone?
He was alone. Is everything ready for the shipment, Silas?
Aye. The silken laces are in those squares, and the brandy, tobacco, and schnapps are in good order.
Right. Now we have to wait for the signal. Let's take a look at our prisoner. Hark you, you dog of a land shark. See this crack in the floor of our cave? It's called the Black Drop. It goes 50 feet to the bottom, and it's going to be your grave, my young snake thief.
It'll carry him halfway to hell before the breath leaves him.
It's too good for him. It's an easier death than the gallows.
Let him have the gallows first, then. We can bury him in the Black Drop afterwards.
Oh, that's right.
Well, he's not opened his mouth since we took him. Are you dumb, fellow? Find your tongue. Let's hear what your name is.
My name is Micah Clarke. Now you tell me by what right you stop peaceful travellers on the highway.
This cutlass is our warrant. As to who we are, you know that well enough. Your name's not Clarke. It's Westhouse or Waterhouse. And you're the same cursed exciseman who swore our comrade's life away at Ilchester.
You're mistaken. I've never been in these parts before.
Oh, fine words, fine words. Well, Gager or no, you must jump for it. Now you know the secret of our cave.
Your secret is safe with me. But I can't stop you murdering me.
Aye, that you can't, matey.
Though I'd rather have died on the field of battle than at the hands of such a pack of water rats as you.
Why,
Keep your hands on him! He seems to me to have too much spunk for an exciseman. Carries himself like a soldier. Is it possible we've got the wrong man? Do you swear your name's not Waterhouse?
I've told you my name. It's Micah Clarke. I've never heard the name Waterhouse in my life.
Oh, don't take his word. Call Long John. He was with Rick when he was taken.
Ah, he'll know his face if any will. Hey, Long John.
Bring that torch
Come and
nearer.
look at this fella.
What the hell's a mess?
Now, come and look at this here fella.
Oh, so what am I to look at his ugly face for? It's Gager Westhouse.
What got Rick hanged at the assizes?
He swears he's not the exciseman.
Oh, neither is he. Well, he'd make two of the Gager and leave enough over for a magistrate. Oh, I don't know the devil you got there.
I've told you. My name is Micah Clarke, and I am a soldier.
That may be true or not, Cully. The point is, what are we to do with you?
I say hang him. Are we to risk our cave for the sake of this fella? If he's a soldier as he says he is, he'll die quick enough anyway.
By your leave, Captain.
Peter?
I say we're not a gang of murderers, but a crew of honest seamen who harm none but those who harm us. I'd as soon think of scuttling the ship or flying the Jolly Roger as taking this young fellow's life.
A sudden silence fell upon the smugglers, and all heads were turned to the mouth of the cave. 2 more ruffians appeared, carrying between them the body of a man. I thought at first he might be dead, but when they threw him on the sand, he moved, and at last sat up like a man who is but half awoken from a swoon.
It's Gager Westhouse.
Aye, that's him. I know him.
Yes, I'm Gager Westhouse. I represent the King's law, and in its name, I arrest you all. I further declare all the contraband goods I see around me confiscate, and if there are any honest men in this company, they'll assist me in my duty.
I will assist you. We'll assist you to a hempen rope before we've done.
Yeah, that's right.
How did you take him, Jim?
By the same rope that caught this other fella. He must have passed you just after you left. We spotted him by the revenue button on his coat, so we brought him down.
What are we to do with the first one, Captain?
That's the problem. Hang him or let him go. Speak truth, Master Soldier. What brings you to these parts? What king do you serve? I hear there's a mutiny broke out in the west.
I serve under King Monmouth. I'm carrying dispatches to the Duke of Beaufort at Badminton.
Then I arrest you too on the charge of being a traitor. Submit to my authority.
Gag him, Jim! Where are the papers, soldier?
In my inner pocket. I beg you not to break the seal, or I shall be discredited.
How are they marked, Captain?
As he says, from James, King of England, known lately as the Duke of Monmouth, to Henry, Duke of Beaufort, by the hand of Captain Micah Clarke, of Saxon's Regiment of Wiltshire Foot. Untie him, Jim.
Hold out your hands, young collie.
I'm sorry we unwittingly harmed you. We're all good Protestants here, and would rather speed you than hinder you on your mission.
I ask nothing more than to be free to carry it out. Could you have my horse brought to me?
Captain, I just thought.
Well?
Couldn't we help him a bit on his way? If we took him aboard, we could run up to Bristol by morning and save him from being snapped up by any land sharks on the road.
That's true. The King's horse are out beyond Weston. This way he'll give him the slip.
How would the plan suit you, Captain?
Very well, but I should need my horse.
We'll rig up a horse stall for him. Aye, and give him oats as well. Whistle for the boat, Dickon.
Aye.
Silas, fetch the horse down. I take it, young Captain, you wouldn't be averse to some fodder.
I'd be grateful. I've not eaten since midday.
Then here's some cold junk and biscuit. And some real Jamaica to wash it down. There.
I thank you.
And if there's aught else we can do to repay you for your ill usage?
There is one thing, Captain. The excise man.
What of him?
For God's sake, don't murder him.
You're a plain speaker, Captain Clarke. This is no murder, but justice. We're peaceful traders. We charge little and force our goods on no one. Yet this man and his fellows are forever yelping at our heels. He swore away the life of one of our comrades. He shall have the same treatment himself.
He is the servant of the law. He has to enforce it. Your quarrel is with the law, not with the man.
He knows our cave now. It'd be madness to let him go.
I saw it was useless to argue longer, but at a moment when the smugglers were laughing and joking together, I dropped my penknife on the sand within reach of the wretched Westhouse, and saw his hand close over it. I pray God he was able to make good his escape. Within an hour, I was aboard the lugger, and Covenant was housed snugly in his stall, looking about him with great questioning eyes. After we were fairly on our way, I was offered a berth below. I needed no second invitation, but flung myself down without undressing. Within a few minutes, I'd sunk into a dreamless sleep. When I opened my eyes, I had some ado to recall where I was. But on sitting up, it was brought home to me by my head striking a low beam with a sharp rap. On the other side of the cabin, the mate was stretched full length, snoring gently. I slipped quietly from my bunk so as not to wake him, and stole upon deck. There, I found we were not only becalmed, but hemmed in by a dense fog bank which rolled in thick, choking wreaths about us.
Morning, Captain Clarke. As you see, we run into a bit of a thick un, but the mate reckoned before he turned in that we weren't many miles from Bristol town.
Oh, in that case, you can set me ashore whenever you please.
Not till the fog lifts, sir. There's only one place along here, you see, where we can land cargoes unquestioned. And right now we can't take our bearings.
Come, John. Quiet. Quiet!
What's amiss, Captain?
There's a craft close by us. I heard the rattle of a rope on our deck. Don't make a sound.
Nay, there's nothing.
It's a king's ship. That's 7 bells, and the boatswain's turning out the watch below. Ha! What did I tell you?
The white screen of vapour had suddenly rolled up like the curtain in a playhouse, and uncovered a stately warship, lying so close to us that we could have thrown a biscuit aboard. 9 brass cannon peeped out at us from her portholes, and high on the poop deck stood an elderly officer, who at once whipped up his glass and stared at us.
Ahoy there! What lugger is that?
The Lucy, sir! Bound from Porlock down to Bristol, with hides and tallow. Stand ready to tack. The fog's coming down again. Call Silas, quick.
You one of the hides with the horse still in it. Run down under our counter. We must have a closer look at you.
Aye, aye, sir.
Tack now.
As soon as he spoke, our boom swung across, the helmsman put the wheel hard down, and we darted off into the fog like a scared seabird.
Well done, lads. Look out for squalls, though. They'll let us have it now.
Toast that one. Warm work here, Captain.
They've brought one of your sails down.
Aye, they shoot better in the dark than ever they did in the light. There'll be more shots fired at this lugger than she could carry if she were loaded with them. Yet they've never so much as knocked the paint off before. Oh, there they go again!
That was their last bark. We're clear now.
It's as well the breeze freshened all the same. She was lowering her boats, or I'm a Dutchman. The fog's lifting towards the land, sir. I can see St. Austin's Point.
Steer for the 3-fathom creek, then.
Aye, sir.
When we're on the other side of the point, Captain Clarke, we'll land you and your horse. You'll be within a few hours' ride of your destination. Go below now and get some food. Nothing like starting with plenty of ballast in the hold.
Following the captain's advice, I went below with him and enjoyed a rough and ready meal. By the time we'd finished, the lugger had been run into a narrow creek with shelving sandy banks on either side. With much coaxing and pushing,
Covenant was induced to take to the water and swam easily ashore while I followed in the smuggler's dinghy. Once grounded, I bade them farewell, cordially enough, and being now alone, I led Covenant to the top of a sandhill, where I might gain some idea of my position. From where I stood, I could see the spires and towers of Bristol, and as I knew the Duke's seat was miles to the Gloucester side of the city, I struck inland, lest I might be arrested and examined should I attempt to pass the city gates. I rode on in most refreshing solitude, until suddenly...
By your leave, sir, if I might beg a word.
What is it?
Can you tell me whether His Grace of Beaufort be at Bristol or at his country house of Badminton?
I wish I could, friend. I'm bound for his presence myself.
He were in Bristol yesterday, drilling the train bands. The Duke's a loyal man for the King's cause, and it's chance he worked trying to catch him.
If you know the way to Badminton, I'd be grateful if you'd let me travel with you.
I'll show you the road with pleasure, sir. What be your name?
Micah Clarke.
Farmer Brown is mine. John Brown, by the register, but better known as the farmer. And what be you going to Beaufort for?
Matters, I'm afraid, that won't bear discussion.
Oh, be it so. Well, a still tongue saves many a neck, and these be times when I wouldn't whisper some of my thoughts into the ears of my old brown mare here, for fear I should see her some day standing against me in the witness box.
What manner of man is the Duke?
Hot and hasty, like all of his blood. I'm going to him on the business of a horse.
A horse?
Aye. His officers have pressed my 4-year-old piebald without a by leave for the use of the king. I'd have his grace know there's something higher than a duke, or even than a king, and that's the English law which preserves a man's goods and chattels.
I fear the present emergency may override your objection.
Think you so? Then it's enough to make her man turn Whig. Oh, why, even the Roundheads paid their penny for every penneth they had. Old Oliver had a hempen rope ready for horse stealers, were they for king or parliament. Hey, this is the Duke's carriage coming up behind us. I can see his crest, but he's not in it.
How do you know?
Well, if he were, there'd be an escort behind. Hey, coachman! Is his grace at Badminton?
He is, sir.
We're in luck to catch him. We should be there in an hour or less.
Within the hour, we were in sight of Badminton, and were soon riding through the park which surrounded the house. The main doorway was flanked by lines of columns and a broad flight of marble steps. A grey-haired major domo inquired our business, and on learning that we wished to see the Duke in person, told us that his grace would give audience to strangers at 3 o'clock. At that hour, I and the other guests, who numbered near a score, were shown into an antechamber, where we were to wait until the Duke was ready to see us. A gentleman in waiting, carrying paper and inkhorn, approached my farmer friend and myself.
Your name? Brown. Farmer John Brown.
Business?
The return of my piebald horse as was taken from me, or its value.
Horse. Your name?
Micah Clarke.
Business?
With his grace, in private.
His grace never sees in private. You must speak it before his council.
My business is fit for his ears alone.
His grace holds there is no business fit only for his own ears.
My instructions
You must arrange matters as best you can when you're shown into him. Your request will be carried to him. Oh, I warn you, it cannot be granted. You, sir, your name.
We had scarcely taken our seats with the other suitors when the folding doors were flung open, and a stout, thick, short man of 50 or thereabouts came bustling into the room. At his heels walked a dozen men of rank, with flowing wigs and clanking swords. They had hardly passed through the opposite door before the gentleman with the list called out a name, and one after the other the guests began to file into the great man's presence. The afternoon wore on, until eventually...
Micah Clarke.
The Duke of Beaufort sat at a square table littered with piles of papers. Beside him stood his scrivener, taking notes at his direction, while other councillors stood behind him, or took snuff together in the deep recesses of the window.
Captain Micah Clarke. What is your wish, Captain?
One which it would be better if I could deliver privately to your grace.
Oh, you're the one who desired private audience. Well, Captain, These are my council, and they are as myself, so we may look upon ourselves as alone. What I may hear, they may hear. So state your business.
Your Grace, if Your Grace
would
would only...
zones, man, don't stammer and boggle, out with it.
I was instructed to hand this packet to Your Grace.
What? What is this?
As the Duke read the superscription, he gave a sudden start of surprise and agitation, and made a movement almost to hide the packet. Then, as if he'd quickly formed a resolution, he broke the seals and rapidly read the contents.
Oh. Well, what think you, gentlemen? What think you this private message has proved to be? A letter from that traitor Monmouth, none else, calling upon me to resign my allegiance to my natural sovereign and draw my sword on his behalf. If I do this, I am to have his gracious favour and protection. If not, I incur banishment and ruin. He thinks Beaufort's loyalty is to be bought like a packman's ware, or bullied out of him by ruffling words. The descendant of John of Gaunt to surrender fealty to the brat of a wandering playwoman.
The man is mad, Your Grace.
Mad indeed to have raised his hopes to such heights. How dare he presume to send me such a message? Is it because he's drawn a few hundred chawbacons from the plough that he ventures to hold such language to the President of Wales? But you gentlemen, will be my witnesses as to the spirit in which I received it.
We can preserve Your Grace from all danger of slander on that point.
Yes. But you, sir, Micah Clarke, who are you that you dare bring such a message to Badminton? You took leave of your senses, surely, before you set out on such an errand.
I did what I had promised to do, Your Grace. The rest is no concern of mine.
No concern? You hear that, gentlemen? You'll find it very close concern indeed. So close as to put an end to all other concerns in your life. Call in the halberdiers.
Come in, the halberdiers!
Now, fellow, what have you to say for yourself?
I'm in the hands of God, Your Grace, here as elsewhere. There's nothing more to be said.
Ah, but a great deal more to be done. Seize this man and secure his hands. Take down this fellow's statement, Master Scrivener.
Yes, Your Grace.
Now, sirrah, it may not be known to you, but I have the King's warrant to deal with all traitors without either jury or judge during these troubles. You bear a commission, I understand, in the rebellious body which is here described as Saxon's Regiment of Wiltshire Foot. Now, speak the truth for your neck's sake.
I shall speak the truth, for I can do no other. I command a company in that regiment.
And who is this Saxon fellow?
I'll answer all that concerns myself, but not a word which may reflect upon others.
Our pretty gentleman must needs stand upon the niceties of honour after taking up arms against the king. I tell you, sir, your honour is in such a parlous state already, you may well throw it over and look to your safety. The sun is sinking in the west. Before it sets, your life too may have set, forever.
I'm the keeper of my own honour, Your Grace. As to my life, I should not be standing here now if I had a great dread of losing it. But there is something I should tell, Your Grace.
Ah, now it comes.
Should you, or any of your household, come into his power, my colonel is sworn to exact upon you a return for any evil that may befall me.
What? Threats now, gentlemen?
It is not a threat, Your Grace, but a warning. I know him to be a man of his word.
Your colonel, as you call him, may find it hard enough to save himself soon. How many men has Monmouth with him?
Your Grace should know better than to ask me that.
Ah, you're brave now, fellow, but courage has been known to evaporate at the sight of the gallows. Still, we need information before we hang you. Gentlemen, how shall we make this traitor speak?
Shall we take him to the strong room for questioning, Your Grace?
No, to the old Boteler dungeon. Take him away. Call in the next suppliant.
I was led between the guard, through endless passages and corridors, until we reached an ancient wing. Here, in the corner turret, was a small, high-ceilinged room, mouldy and damp, with a single long slit in the wall to admit light. A wooden couch and a single chair formed the whole of the furniture. Into this I was shown by the captain of the guard,
who stationed a man at the door, then freed my wrists.
Keep your heart up, friend. Hanging's but a choke and a struggle. We had the same job to do a day or two since, and the man scarcely groaned. You won't fall into the hands of a bungler.
If only I could let Monmouth know his letters were delivered.
My faith, and how they were delivered. Now there, lad, if I may say so, you were unwise. When you saw the Duke was enraged, you should have spoken him fair. Some little talk of the rebels' numbers and dispositions might have saved you.
You, a soldier, would have me betray my cause?
Well, well, your neck's your own. If it pleases you to take a leap into nothing, it's a pity to thwart you. But His Grace commanded you should have a chaplain. I must bring him to you.
I want no priest to help me make my peace with God.
No? Well, if that be your choice. But I warn you, you'd best have spiritual help. There's something worse than warder or prisoner in this cell. Nothing less than the devil.
The devil?
2 years ago, lad. Hector Marot, the highwayman, was shut up in this very dungeon. I myself was on guard that night and saw him sitting in that bed just as you are now. At 12 o'clock I had occasion to look in, as my custom is, with the hope of cheering his lonely hours. And lo, he was gone.
Gone?
Aye, you may well stare. My eyes had never been off his door, and you can judge what chance there was of his getting through the window. Yet this cell was empty. So if the devil didn't run away with him, who did? Will you have the chaplain now?
No. But I thank you.
As you will. Oh, should you have occasion to ask for me, I'm Captain Sinclair of the Duke's household. I shall be on guard in the corridor. Be of good heart. As I said, hanging's naught but a choke and a struggle.
My first impulse on being left alone was to search for any possible means of escape. But the closest scrutiny failed to show any nook or cranny where a rat could have escaped, far less a man. Gradually, the light in the cell faded. I was about to try to sleep when a sudden noise aroused me.
Captain Clarke? Captain Clarke, be you there?
Who's that? Where are you?
Hush, lad. Speak low. Climb on the chair, and you'll see me. I'm at the window.
Farmer Brown!
Aye.
How did you know I was here?
Why, man, I knows as much of this here house as Beaufort does himself. It's not the first time I've spoke through this window, but, quick, what can I do for you?
Can you let my friends know what has happened to me?
To be sure, lad. Who's to be told?
Send to Captain Lockerbie, who's serving in Colonel Saxon's regiment in Monmouth's army. Ask him to break it to my parents as gently as he can.
I'll send my best man and my fleetest horse this very night.
Oh, thank you.
I've got a file here, lad, if that'll help you. But you're a bit of a size to get through this here slit. Years ago, there used to be a hole in the roof. Here, look up and see if you can see it.
There's no sign of any opening.
There was one, I know. My brother Roger swung himself down once with a rope.
Hole or no hole, it's 20 feet up. I've no means of climbing to it. Don't stay longer, or you may find yourself in trouble.
Oh, goodbye then, brave lad. Be assured your message shall be took.
Here's your supper, friend. Take it down, appetite or no. It'll give you strength to play the man when your time comes.
Thank you.
Is there aught else I can do for you?
Thank you, no, Captain. After I've eaten, I shall try to sleep.
That's wise. It'll help you to make a good end. They say it was beautiful to see my Lord Russell die upon Tower Hill. Maybe folks'll say the same of you. Good night.
Strangely, I was able to finish the food and felt the better for it. Then, stretching myself upon the couch, fell into a heavy sleep. I was awoken by what sounded like the creaking of hinges. I sat up and gazed around me. All was impenetrably dark. Then the noise was repeated. At the same time, a dull yellow light streamed down from above,
issuing from a thin crack in the arched roof. As I watched, the crack widened, and I saw a head looking down at me. Then, the knotted end of a stout rope was passed through the aperture and came dangling down to the floor beside me.
Climb! Hasten!
I needed no second bidding. I went up the rope hand over hand, and squeezing my shoulders through the hole, succeeded in reaching the room above. There, I found myself in the presence of a heavily cloaked figure, with a hat pulled down over his eyes.
Speak low, my friend. I would prefer your guards not to know the means by which you've been spirited away.
Thank you for your clemency, Your Grace.
How the devil did you know me?
Your Grace's voice is not easily forgotten.
Oh, especially when it talks of hemp and dungeons, eh? But why in heaven's name, lad, did you deliver such papers in the presence of my council?
Your Grace refused to see me alone.
True, but I'm besieged by so many who have naught of importance to say to me. How could I know? Never mind. Tell me, what chance has Monmouth?
He's met with nothing but success so far.
Against the militia. It'll be another thing when he has trained troops to deal with. The King's party are active. It's mighty opposition.
The cause is good.
Aye, the cause. Always the cause. Causes do not win battles. Listen. I would have you tell Monmouth I wish him well in his enterprise, and would help him were I not beset by those who watch me closely, and would denounce me if I were to show my true thoughts.
Then he has no hope from you?
No, not so. Tell him, should he move his army into these parts, I may openly declare myself for him.
Why not now, Your Grace?
To do so now would be to ruin the fortunes of my house without in any way helping him. Can you bear that message?
I'll do so, Your Grace.
Now you must go. The guard will be changed soon and your escape discovered. Drop the rope through the window. When you reach the ground, take the gravel path and follow it till you reach the high trees which skirt the park. The 7th tree has a bough which hangs over the boundary wall. On the other side, you'll find my valet waiting with your horse. Ride hard to the south. By morning, you shall be well out of danger's way.
And my sword?
All your property is there. Let Monmouth know I've used you as kindly as possible.
And how will Your Grace explain my escape?
The soldiers will swear it was another instance of the devil. Now, hurry.
Adieu, Your Grace. And thank you.
Remember my message.
I slid down the rope and sped through the park and over the wall, where I found my faithful covenant awaiting me. I strapped my sword once more to my side and galloped off as fast as 4 willing feet could carry me. All night I rode hard without drawing bridle. At Axbridge, I learned from a grazier with whom I travelled for a while that the whole of Somerset had now raised its standard for Monmouth, and that King James's forces had retired until such time as help should reach them. When I saw the town of Taunton beneath me, I pulled up for a flagon of beer for myself and a sieveful of oats for Covenant, which put fresh mettle into both of us. And we were jogging down the side of the hill when a company of horse came galloping up, heading straight towards me.
Reuben! Jervis!
Micah! It's Micah!
Odds bodykins, man. We thought you were in prison. We're leading a company of horse into Beaufort's country to burn down his house if you come to harm.
Did you get my message?
But 2 hours ago, a farm fellow brought it.
I came away with my wig half frizzled and found friend Lockerbie got leave to go north with these troopers. How have you fared?
Both well and ill. But I have a message for King Monmouth.
He'll be on thorns to see you. I tell you, lad, it would have gone ill with Badmington had you been heard. Turn about, lads! Back to camp!
You have performed your mission well, Captain Clarke, like a fearless and zealous messenger. How say you, my Lord Grey?
He has indeed had his share of adventure. You say Beaufort gave you nothing in writing?
Nothing, my lord.
And his private message was that he wished us well and would join us if we were in his country.
That was the effect, my lord.
Yet you say that before his council he put affronts upon me and made light of my just claims to the throne.
Yes, Your Majesty.
He would stand on both sides of the hedge at once. It may be as well, however, that we should move his way and give him the chance of declaring himself.
Your Majesty.
Colonel Saxon.
We had, as your Majesty will remember, already determined to march towards Bristol and attack the town.
The works are being strengthened, sire. I saw the labourers at work on the ramparts as I passed. And there are 5,000 of the Gloucestershire train bands within.
May I speak, sir?
Sir Stephen.
If we gain Beaufort, we shall gain the whole town of Bristol. There's already a strong body of godly folk therein who would rejoice to see a Protestant army within their gates. If we could beleaguer it, we could count upon their help.
Hegel and Blitzen, how can we talk of sieges and beleaguers when we have not a breaching piece in the whole army?
The Lord will find us the breaching pieces. Didn't the Lord not breach the towers of Jericho without the aid of gunpowder? What is there he canna do? Aye, you may smile, Colonel Saxon, and Lord Grey and his likes may sneer at words of piety, but I say it is you and those like you who will bring down God's anger upon this army.
Is it your wish, your Majesty, that I and those who, like myself, counsel caution, should be insulted at your very council board? How long are we to be subjected to this insolence?
It is an insolence.
Because we prefer to practice our religion in the privacy of our hearts, rather than at street corners with these Pharisees.
The thick more relics than the
Be
Lord.
silent!
Silence! Is this the extent of my authority, gentlemen, that you babble and brawl as though my council chamber were a Fleet Street pothouse? Is this your respect for our person? I tell you now, if any man be proved to have stirred up strife amongst my following on the score of religion, I shall know how to deal with him. Let each preach to his own, but not to the flock of his neighbour. I shall now confer privately with Lord Grey and Master Wade upon what action we shall take. This council is dismissed.
You English are a strange people, Colonel Saxon.
The leaven is working. Something will come out of all this ferment.
I can see nothing come of it but disorder and weakness.
Nay, lad, nay. Good soldiers will come out of it. This arguing breeds fanatics, and fanatics are the stuff of which conquerors are made. How say you, friend Bowser?
I say there are no two of you think alike on any subject. Since I set foot in this country, my head has been in a whirl to understand what it is you want. One cry King James, another cry King Monmouth, another King Jesus. Before I've got to the end of one man's tale, another will come in with another story. I am bewildered.
All will become plain to you before long. We must move on Bristol tomorrow.
Monday, the 21st of June, broke very dark and blustery, with a constant sputter of rain. Yet, by the hour appointed, the army was moving out by the eastern gate. In numbers, it had increased to nigh on 8,000, and the men were well fed and light of heart. All day we trudged along roads that were quagmires, over our ankles in mud. By evening, we had made our way to Bridgewater, and set off again next morning in even worse weather. All that day we were splashing through mud and mire, the raindrops shining on the gun barrels and dripping from the heavy-footed horses. And the following day was still wet and inclement, so the army made only a short march to Wells.
Oh, we stop again. God in Himmel, will we never get on. We lose all our advantage.
The men are tried to the limit of their endurance, Colonel Bowser.
Limit? If they have reached the limit now, how will they fight?
The better for a rest.
Oh, boy. Did you not mark the glitter of arms and helmets as we came along the road? There are bodies of King James's troops on either side of us. Did you not see them send a platoon to our rear to make a raid on the baggage?
Colonel Saxon's men drove them off.
This time, yes. But another time, I say by now we should be in Bristol.
At length, by marching all next day, we came within 2 leagues of the city, and by morning the rain clouds had at last cleared. Reuben and I rode up one of the green hills which rose behind the camp, in the hope of gaining some sight of the enemy. Our men we left lying upon the grass, some trying to light fires with damp sticks, others laying out their clothes to dry in the sunshine.
If the enemy come now, Micah, would we have a hope, do you think?
Ah, not a chance.
Half my men have worn their boots away and are going barefoot.
Some of mine have wound handkerchiefs round their feet. As for their pikes, they're so red with rust. At least they don't glitter and give us away to the enemy. How wet are you, Micah?
I think my clothes have gone to pulp. I'm not even sure my sword isn't rusted in the scabbard.
You better try it. You may need it. Miracle to me is Sir Jervis. No matter what the rest of us look like, he turns out every morning as if he were going to court. How the deuce does he do it?
I think he must sit up half the night. Though how he gains his sleep is a mystery to me.
There was a time when I was called Plump Reuben. I'm likely to be Skeleton Reuben before I see heaven again. I've had too little that's solid and too much that's liquid. I swear, I could be wrung out and hung up to dry in one of these bushes.
Well, if we're wet, at least King James's troops must be wetter. We've had all the shelter there was.
I never think it's any comfort when you're starving to know that someone else is the same. I'll give you my word, Micah. I took in one holding me sword belt on Monday, 2 on Tuesday, 1 yesterday, and 1 today. I'm thawing like an icicle in the sun.
Well, never mind. As far as winning the hearts of fair maidens goes, you've outstripped us all. Oh, what happened while I was at badminton?
Oh.
Did you speak to Sir Stephen about Mistress Ruth?
I've spoken to him 3 times, or tried to. The first time he was so busy filling ammunition cases I couldn't get his attention. The second time, I told him I'd come to crave his granddaughter's hand, and he just stared at me and said, "Which hand?" And the third time, he flashed out at me that this was no time for such follies, and I might ask him again when King Monmouth was on the throne.
Well, that sounds as good as a promise if the cause is successful.
Maybe. But there's that prentice of his, that John Derrick. I tell you, Micah, that fellow means no good. I warned him, as he valued his life, to keep himself away from Mistress Ruth.
Well, how did he take your warning?
Snarled out a few words of godly hatred and slunk away.
For God's sake, Reuben!
Huh?
Look, there!
The king's troops! They're attacking our horse!
From the Somerset bank of the Avon, 2 troops of our horse had been advancing with intent to establish outposts on our eastern flank. But even as we looked, King James's troops wheeled out into the open and dashed down with a whirl of steel upon our unprepared squadrons. For a space, our gallant rustics held their own, and the dense mass of men and horses swayed backwards and forwards, whirling sword blades playing above them in flashes of angry light. Then the dense throng was split asunder, and the royal cavalry came pouring through and swerved off to right and left, through hedge and over ditches, stabbing and hacking at our fleeing horsemen. The whole scene, with the stamping horses, tossing manes, shouts of triumph and despair, was to us on the hill like some wild vision. So abruptly did it come, and so swiftly go. The sharp bugle call summoned our enemies back into the road, where they formed up and galloped away. Nothing was left to mark the course of the hell which had broken so suddenly upon us, but the dreadful litter of dying men and horses.
Our men had no hope! No hope!
Reuben, look! There! One of James's men, separated from his squadron.
An officer, surely. I think he wants to carry on the fight by himself.
Oh, let's give him a taste of rebel warfare.
How?
That path. We can cut him off.
You're right. Do it, Micah!
We dashed down a gorge, out onto the road, and met the solitary officer face to face. He drew his sword, snatched a pistol from his holster, and, gripping his horse's bridle between his teeth, charged down upon us at the top of his speed.
Take him on the left, Micah!
As our horses met, he cut fiercely at me, firing at Reuben at the same time. His cut, however, fell short, and throwing my arm round his neck, I plucked him from his horse and threw him across my saddle.
Let me go, you rustic!
You need help, Micah?
If you struggle, my friend, my comrade here will give you a tap on the head with his sword hilt.
Where are you taking me?
To the camp, as our prisoner.
Then for Christ's sake, put me down! Don't carry me in this plight through your grinning yokels!
If you give me your word to walk between us...
Yes, all right, all right.
I'll make sure you do.
I know that voice. And that massive frame. I have it. You were at the inn at Salisbury when there was a dispute at cards. My young lieutenant drew upon an old soldier who was riding with you.
Being defeated set the dogs on us.
Well, I'm right glad you came off safely from the bloodhounds. I myself thought it was a scurvy trick. You, I think I remember, are Captain Micah Clarke.
Yes.
My name's Ogilvy. Major Ogilvy of the Horse Guards Blues.
I remember you well. You'll find Colonel Saxon in the camp. No doubt you'll shortly be exchanged for some prisoner of ours.
Oh, much more likely to have my throat cut. Our General Feversham is taking no prisoners. Monmouth is likely to pay him back in his own coin.
Captain, King Monmouth orders you at once to join his council.
Right. I leave Major Ogilvy in your charge, Reuben. See he's treated with all courtesy.
Right, Micah.
We shall meet again, Major.
God grant it be so, Captain.
King Monmouth was gathered with his council beneath a clump of trees which bordered the Avon. He was staring in dismay across the river, where we could see a great gathering of King James's horse and foot.
You see, Captain Clarke, the enemy has massed his forces to prevent our progress. Some new mishap is forever at our heels. Providence would seem to be against us.
Not Providence, Your Majesty, but our own negligence.
How so, Colonel
If
Saxon?
we'd advanced last night on Bristol, we might have been on the right side of the ramparts now.
But we had no notion the enemy's foot was so near.
Let us advance on Bristol, Your Majesty, and put our trust in the Lord God. If it be his mighty will that we should take it, then we shall enter into it.
What say you, gentlemen?
I say it is madness. You had the chance and you did not take it. Here is an army of, as near as I can judge, 5,000 men on the right side of the river. We are on the wrong side. Yet you talk of crossing and beleaguering Bristol when we have neither breech pieces or spades, with the enemy at our rear.
With the help of our Lord.
The Lord helps those that help themselves. I agree with Bowser. Why should Bristol make terms with us when they can see from their ramparts the King's army waiting to help them? As Bowser says, is madness.
What would you advise then, Colonel Bowser?
To get across the river and come to hand grips with them before they can get help from the town. And what are we here for if it is not to fight? If we win, the town must fall to us. If we lose, we have made a bold stroke for it. Can do no more.
Is that your opinion also, Colonel Saxon?
Only if we can fight to advantage, sire. And we can scarcely do that by crossing the river on a single narrow bridge in the face of the enemy's force.
True.
I should advise that we destroy this Cainshirt Bridge and march down this southern bank in the hope of forcing a fight in a position of our own choice.
I agree. We've not yet summoned Bath to our standard. Let us march in that direction and send a trumpet to the governor.
There's yet another plan, Your Majesty.
Sir Stephen?
We might hasten to Gloucester, cross the Severn there, so march through Worcestershire and into Shropshire, and thence to Cheshire. Your Majesty has many friends in those parts.
No. Stand
Trust in the Lord.
Silence.
What am I to do? In the midst of all this conflicting advice, when I know that not only my own success, but the lives of all these poor faithful peasants and craftsmen depend on my decision. Ah, look, here comes Lord Grey. Sir, you come in time to give us your counsel.
Your Majesty?
Some say cross the river, others blow up the bridge,
Trust
and
in the
my
Lord.
good mare to press on to Worcestershire.
I say stand and fight.
With all humbleness, Your Majesty, I should suggest that since there are only a few of the enemy's cavalry on this side of the river...
With whom we can easily deal.
Exactly. That we blow up the bridge and move onwards to Bath, and so into Wiltshire, which we know to be friendly.
So be it, gentlemen. To Bath, we march in half an hour. To your posts.
And so our army was on the move once again. 500 horse with the Devonshire militiamen were in the van, myself and Reuben at their head. After them came the Sailor Regiment, the North Somerset men, the 1st Taunton Regiment, the Mendip and Bagworthy miners,
the lace and wool workers of Honiton, Wellington, and Ottery St. Mary, and the woodmen, graziers, and marshmen of the Quantock district, all with one voice and one heart to make Monmouth king. And yet, in my own mind, though I struggled to suppress it, was the feeling that we were all engaged upon a hopeless venture.
That was part 3 of Micah Clarke by Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatized in 5 parts by Constance Cox, with Martin Reed as Micah, Patrick Troughton as Decimus Saxon, James Bryce as Reuben Lockaby, and featuring Simon Ward as the Duke of Monmouth. Sir Jervis Jerram was played by Mark Straker, the Duke of Beaufort by John Rye, Farmer Brown by Peter Tuddenham, Captain Murgatroyd by Jack Mackenzie, Mayor Timewell by William Edel, Captain Bowser by Geoffrey Collins, Dr. Ferguson by Henry Stamper, Major Ogilvy by Gregory de Polnay, Lord Grey by David Sinclair, Silas by John Forbes Robertson, Captain Sinclair by Michael Jays, and Long John by Clive Panto. Micah Clarke was directed by David Johnston. Micah Clarke by Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatized in 5 parts by Constance Cox, with Martin Reed as Micah, Patrick Troughton as Decimus Saxon, James Bryce as Reuben Lockaby, and featuring Simon Ward as the Duke of Monmouth. Micah Clarke, Part 4, The Battle for the Crown.
Early in the morning of June the 28th, we reached the town of Frome, very wet and miserable, for the rain had come on again, and all the roads were quagmires. Next day, we pushed on once more to Wells, where we spent the night and the whole of the next morning, to give the men time to get their clothes dry, and to recover themselves after their privations. In the forenoon, a parade of our Wiltshire regiment was held in the Cathedral Close, when Monmouth praised it, as it well deserved, for the soldierly progress made in so short a time. As we returned to our quarters after dismissing our men, we came upon a great throng of the rough oar and bagworthy miners, who were assembled in the open space in front of the cathedral, listening to one of their number who was addressing them from a cart. The wild and frenzied gestures of the man showed us that he was one of those extreme sectaries whose religion runs perilously near to madness. The hums and groans which rose from the crowd proved, however, that his fiery words were well suited to his hearers. So we halted on the verge of the multitude and hearkened to his address. A red-bearded, fierce-faced man he was, with tangled, shaggy hair tumbling over his gleaming eyes, and a hoarse voice which resounded over the whole square.
What shall we not do for the Lord? Why is it that his hand is heavy upon us? Why is it we have not yet freed this land from the shackles of popery? Truly, brothers, it is because we have slighted the Lord. I say we have slighted him. We have praised him with our breath, but in our deeds we have been cold towards him.
What the deuce does the fellow mean?
Have we not seen popish churches? And have we not forborne to sweep them away, and so lent our sanction to them? We have spared those wicked walls, raised by idolaters of old. Woe, I say unto you, if having put your hands to God's plough, you turn back from the work. See there! What means this great heap of stones? Is it not built for man worship, rather than God worship? And shall we, the chosen people of the Great One, allow this plague spot to remain? Shall we leave this one too, my brothers? Oh! Or shall we pluck it down until no stone is left upon another? Now, at once! Then to work, my brothers! Spare it not!
By heaven, they mean to destroy the cathedral.
The preacher had sprung down from the cart and rushed towards the cathedral, the whole mob of wild fanatics at his heels. Some crowded into the church, others swarmed up the pillars and pedestals of the front, hacking at the sculptured ornaments and tugging at the old grey images which filled every niche.
This must be stopped. It'll do our cause infinite harm. Sir Joas, bring up your company. We'll hold them in check till you come.
I may be of use here. Lockerbie, right to the camp. Tell Barker to bring my musketeers.
Aye! Here's Bowser and Lord Grey. They'll help us.
What is this rioting?
The cathedral, my lord. Those men mean to sack and burn it.
We are 5 with good swords. We can stop them.
Gentlemen, I'm the verger. You are soldiers. Try if you can to prevail over these lawless men. They pulled down St. Peter, and they'll have Paul down too, unless help comes.
Help is coming.
Oh, thank God. The east window is broken, and they brought in a hogshead of beer, and are broaching it upon the high altar. Alas, that such things should be in a Christian land.
We'll never get in at the front entrance, my lord.
I have the keys to the vestry, if you'll follow me. Oh, lack-a-day! I fear St. Paul has gone!
As he spoke, a splintering crash from inside the cathedral announced some fresh outrage on the part of the zealots. Our guide hastened on with renewed speed until he came to a low oaken door, heavily arched, which he unlocked with much rasping of wards and creaking of hinges. Through this we sidled as best we might and hurried after the old man down a stone-flagged corridor which led through a wicket gate into the cathedral close by the high altar. The great building was full of the rioters, who were rushing hither and thither, destroying and breaking everything which they could lay their hands on. A good number of these were genuine zealots, the followers of the preacher whom we'd listened to outside. Others, however, were on the face of them mere rogues and thieves, such as gather round every army upon the march. While the former were tearing down images from the walls or hurling the books of common prayer through the stained-glass windows, the others were rooting up the massive brass candlesticks and carrying away everything which promised to be of value. In the centre of the side aisle, a small group had a rope round the neck of Mark the Evangelist and were dragging lustily upon it, until, even as we entered, the statue, after tottering for a few moments, came crashing down upon the marble floor. The shouts which greeted every fresh outrage, with the splintering of woodwork, the smashing of windows, and the clatter of falling masonry, made up a most deafening uproar.
My God! This is sacrilege! Look upon them!
What had caused Bowser's outburst was the scene at the high altar. A barrel of beer had been placed upon it, and one of the dozen ruffians who surrounded it was engaged in knocking in the top of the cask with a hatchet.
They shall not drink in this place!
Bowser, guard yourself!
Unheeding, the great German sprang upon the altar as the ringleader was bending over the cask. The soldier's iron grip fell upon his collar, and in a moment his heels were flapping in the air and his head 3 feet deep in the barrel. Then, with a mighty heave, Bowser picked up the barrel with the half-drowned miner in it and hurled it clattering down the marble steps into the body of the church.
Jervis! The musketeers are coming! If we could hold out till then...
Go forward, my brothers! What though they be in high places, there is one who is higher than they!
To your swords, gentlemen! We may be able to hold this position till help arrives!
But if they have swords, you have pikes, scythes and knives! Slay them as the Lord slew the Amalekites! In the name of the Lord!
I don't care for the odds, friend Lockerbie. It's 50 to 1.
There are old men, Saxon. We can't kill them.
There's no help for it. Be merciful if you can.
Order in the name of the Lord!
I can say nothing of what took place to right or left of me during the ruffle, for indeed there were so many pressing upon us, and the fight was so hot, that it was all that each of us could do to hold our own. The very number of our assailants was in our favour by hampering their sword arms. One burly miner cut fiercely at me with his scythe, but missing me, he swung half round with the force of the blow, and I passed my sword through his body before he could recover himself. A marshman, looking more like a shaggy wild beast than a human being, darted under my weapon and caught me round the knees, while another brought a flail down upon my headpiece, from which it glanced onto my shoulder. A third thrust at me with a pike and pricked me on the thigh, but I shore his weapon in two with one blow and split his head with the next. The man with the flail gave back at the sight of this, and a kick freed me from the unarmed ape-like creature at my feet, so that I found myself clear of my assailants, and none the worse for my encounter, save for a touch on the leg and some stiffness of the neck and shoulder.
Well done, Clarke. With your two and my two, 4 of the rogues will trouble us no more. What's your score, Sir Jervis?
4 of the poor fellows. I fear it was murder. They don't notion how to defend themselves. A pinch of snap, Lord Grey.
Thank you, Jerome. Where's the preacher fella?
I have disposed of him. Would I have done it sooner?
Prepare yourselves, gentlemen. They're not beaten off yet.
The fanatics, though driven back, were not men to be content with a single repulse. For a minute or so they gathered panting in the aisle. Then, with a mad yell, they dashed at us once more and made a desperate effort to cut a way through to the altar. In such a struggle, numbers must in the end prevail, and I had begun to have fears of the upshot of our contest when the tramp of disciplined feet rang through the cathedral. The fanatics did not await their charge, but darted off over benches and pews, followed by the musketeers. There was a wild minute or two of confused shuffling of feet, stabs, groans, and the riot was over.
Arrest all those men! Are you hurt, Sir Jervis?
Winded, nothing more. It was all rather glorious, I thought.
Place a strong guard at the cathedral gates. I think we may safely leave now, gentlemen.
On the last day of June, we marched out of Wells and made our way across the sedgy plains to Bridgewater. It was decided by Monmouth and his councillors that here we should make our final stand, and thus, without a loophole of escape, we awaited the approach of the enemy. Our regiment had been taken off duty whenever it was clear that Feversham did not mean to advance, and they were now busy upon the victuals which our night foray had furnished. As I made my way through the crowded street, I heard my name urgently called.
Captain Clarke! Captain Clarke!
There's something amiss, Colonel Saxon?
Very badly, if what Captain Lockerbie here tells us is correct. Tell him, Captain.
Micah, you remember I and my company were in guard at the eastern gate this morning?
Well, of course, you were told to observe the enemy's dispositions.
Well, in order to see better, I climbed up a tree which takes... All right, you Micah Clarke, you laugh. I know when I was fatter I could never have done it.
Get on with your story, man.
Well, while I was watching, I saw a man come from the enemy lines and slink back into the town. He was walking under cover, as if he was trying to hide himself.
Captain Lockerbie believes he'd been to the royal camp to give them information of our intentions.
Did you recognise the man?
Yes, I recognised him all right. It was Derek, the mayor's chief apprentice.
Derek? But he's in love with the mayor's granddaughter. Why should he turn traitor?
Love, Captain Clarke, is a very pretty flower when it grows unchecked, but a very nasty weed when it's thwarted. For I suspect our gallant Captain Lockerbie has found some little favour in the maid's eyes.
But it wouldn't aid the man's suit to betray us.
It would if Captain Lockerbie is killed and he survives, as he very well may if he's turned informer.
What shall we do, Colonel Saxon? Arrest him?
We have no proof, and he's bound to have some tale prepared to cover himself. It'd be better to take him in the very act.
But how?
I think I have it. Colonel, you remember that lonely cottage standing on the road between the marshes?
I've seen it, yes.
Well, anyone going into the enemy camp must pass it. If Derek tried to carry out plans to the enemy, he could be cut off at that point by a party lying in wait for him.
Excellent. Arrange what help you need, and I'll see that Master Derek is primed with fresh news for Lord Feversham.
I think a body of troops might alert him. Why shouldn't just Micah and I go? You'll be alone.
Very well. But you must be back by sundown. Right. Your companies must stand to arms an hour before the advance. For the sake of the cause, be vigilant.
Reuben and I, leaving our horses behind, slipped out of the eastern gate and made our way over bog and moor, concealing ourselves as best we could until we came to the lonely cottage. It was a plain, whitewashed, thatched hovel, with a small board above the door, whereon was written a notice that the occupier sold milk and butter. No smoke reeked up from the chimney, and the shutters of the window were closed, from which we gathered that the folk who owned it had fled away from their perilous position.
It looks deserted.
All the better. There's no cover for us on the moor.
Knock first and make sure.
No one answers. Let's try the door.
Locked.
Stand back. I'll force it.
Right.
Go away! Go away!
For heaven's sake! It's a little child!
Go away! Granny told me not to let anyone in.
But if they wouldn't go away, little mistress, what would you do then?
I was to drive them away. You bad man, you've broken Granny's bolt.
Oh, well, I'll mend it again, sweetheart. Only the staple has come out. If I drive it in again with this stone... There. You see? Now your Granny will never know the difference.
You must go away all the same. This is Granny's house, not yours.
But we're tired and thirsty. Could we buy some milk from you, little one?
Oh, yes, Granny sells milk. We've got a cow.
Then we'd like some, please.
Will you pay me for it like folks pay Granny?
Of course we will.
Then you shall have some.
That's a good notion, Reuben. We must stay here till Derek comes.
There, a penny, please.
Ah. Well, that's a penny for each of us.
Oh, thank you. I'll put it in Granny's mug.
Take it to the window, and for the Lord's sake, drink slow. We must keep on swilling milk or she'll turn us out.
When you've finished, you must go away.
What, when we're so weary? Look, little one, here's a shilling. Now that'll buy all your milk, and we can stay here and drink it at our ease.
I can get more. The cow's just behind the cottage, and it's near milking time. Shall I go?
Lord forbid. We shall end in buying the cow. Oh, where is your granny, child?
Gone into the town. She says there are bad men with red coats and guns coming to steal and to fight. But my granny will soon make them go away.
Well, we're fighting the men with the red coats, little one. We'll take care of your house with you, and won't let anyone steal anything.
Then I'll let you stay.
Thank you. Now, don't be frightened of us. Hey, come and sit on my knee. Now, what's your name?
Rosemary.
And how old are you?
6, nearly 7.
Oh.
What a great big boy you are.
And why not a man?
Because you haven't much hair on your face. My granny has more hair on her chin than you have. Besides, only boys drink milk, men drink cider.
Then if I'm a boy, I shall be your sweetheart.
No, you can't be.
Why not?
Giles Martin is my sweetheart, but I'm not wedding him for a while.
And very rightly.
Why do you wear this hard thing on your chest and carry this great big sword?
To fight the bad men in red coats who might be coming to harm you.
Why do people fight each other when they're all brothers?
Why are they brothers, Rosemary?
Because Granny says they're all children of the Great Father. So if they all have one father, they must be brothers, mustn't they?
Out of the mouths of babes and sucklings, Micah. I think a day of this child would sicken me of soldiering forever.
But we've put our hands to the plough and can't draw back.
Micah, Derek in the shadow of a bush only a yard or two away.
Are you sure?
I've reason to know him well.
Now, Rosemary, you must be a brave lass and sit here in this corner and make no sound. Will you do that, whatever may happen?
Yeah.
He'll pass here in a few seconds.
Unfasten the door. Be ready to fling it open. Remember, sweetheart, this is a bad man.
Yeah.
He's coming.
Draw your sword. Now! This is as far as you go, Master Derek.
What the devil do you hear?
Waiting for you.
For what purpose?
To arrest you. You'll now return with us to the camp.
On what grounds do you arrest me? Haven't I a right to walk in the King's Highway?
Not for your reasons. You've been once already to the enemy camp this morning.
It's a lie.
I saw you myself.
I strove from camp to take some air.
It's doubtless you're doing now. Let's see that paper you're trying to hide in your doublet.
I know why you set this trap for me. Because I stand in your light with Mistress Ruth. What are you that you dare raise your eyes to her? A mere vagrant coming from God knows where. What did you to do with her and with us? Answer me.
At a more fitting time and place, John Derek. Meanwhile, give up your sword and come back with us. I'll do what I can to save you from being shot as a traitor.
Oh, thank you for your kindly protection. You can take this as a gift to Mistress Ruth.
Reuben, look out! His dagger!
Take me now if you can.
I had no time to attend to Reuben, for Derek had turned and fled down the road. But although he was a far lighter man than I, he had no chance of shaking me off. In desperation, he left the road and sprang wildly through the reeds and dashed into the treacherous morass. Ankle deep, knee deep, thigh deep, waist deep, we struggled and staggered, I still gaining upon him, until I was within arm's reach of him and had whirled up my sword to strike. It had been ordained, however, that he should die not the death of a man, but that of the reptile which he was. For even as I closed upon him, he sank of a sudden with a gurgling sound, and the green marsh scum met above his head. No ripple was there, and no splash to mark the spot. It was sudden and silent, as though some monster of the marshes had seized him and dragged him down into the depths. As I stood with upraised sword, still gazing upon the spot, one single great bubble rose and burst upon the surface, and then all was still once more, and the dreary fens lay stretched before me, the very home of death and desolation. I made my way as best I could through the oozy, clinging mud and hastened back to where Reuben lay.
I hope you've not killed him, Micah.
Not I. The marsh claimed him.
The marsh? Oh, poor devil.
How badly are you hurt?
I fancy Monmouth will have to do without me tomorrow. If those are Feversham's men, save yourself, Micah.
No, it's Saxon.
Oh, there! I spied something was wrong from the church tower and brought a few men and a surgeon with me. So, the serpent stung you, eh, Captain Lockerbie?
In the side with his dagger.
I doubt it'll prove fatal. Men, carry him into the cottage and let the surgeon look at him. Then we'll carry him back to the town. Where is Derek?
Drowned in the marshes.
Well, that'll save us 6 feet of good rope. Hello? Who's the child sitting in the corner?
Oh, the guardian of the house. Her grandmother has left her here.
And you better come with us. There may be a rough work here before all is over.
No, I must wait here for Granny. Granny said I was to stay here.
But if I were to take you to Granny, Rosemary?
Oh, yes, please. Take me away. I'm frightened.
Hurry and make a litter for Captain Lockerbie. We're exposed here, and the royal horse may make a dash for us. Bestir yourselves.
A litter was made for Reuben, and I took the trembling child in my arms, and slowly we returned to Bridgewater. While Reuben was carried to our quarters, I bore the little maid of the marshes to kind townsfolk, who promised to restore her to her home when the troubles were over. King Monmouth held a last council of war upon the square tower of Bridgewater Church, whence a good view could be obtained of Sedgemoor Plain within 4 miles of the town. He held a pair of ivory glasses, and as he raised them to his eyes, his white hand shook and twitched, until it was grievous to watch him.
Some of the enemy forces are men I've led myself when I commanded the regular troops. Over on the right, I see Dumbarton's Foot. I know those men well. They'll fight. If only they were with us, all would be well.
Your Majesty does your brave followers an injustice. They too will fight to the last drop of their blood in your quarrel.
Look down at them. Brave they may be, but they babble and clamour like clowns on a Saturday night. Compare them with the trained battalions. I should never have dragged them from their homes to fight in so hopeless a battle.
Hark to that, sire. They don't think it hopeless, nor do we.
It's Dr. Ferguson been preaching to them, sire.
They do indeed seem hot for battle. Perhaps I'm prone to lay too much weight on the difference discipline and training make. Colonel Saxon, what do you think of the enemy's dispositions?
I think nothing of them, Your Majesty. I've seen armies drawn up in many parts of the world and under many commanders. I see nothing to commend the arrangements we see before us.
Sir Stephen?
Your Majesty?
That hamlet on the left of... what do you call it? Sedgemoor?
That's West Zoyland, Your Majesty. The other, just on the far side of the Rhine, is Chedzoy.
The Rhine, sir? What do you mean, the Rhine?
Why, Rhine. Your Majesty, a ditch. What the people in these parts call a Rhine.
Something was foretold to me of a Rhine. Some prophecy near the beginning of our venture. Captain Clarke, you brought it.
Yes, sire.
From whom was it?
Sir Jacob Plancing, sire, when he sent you the gold.
I recall it now. When thy star is in trine, between darkness and shine, Duke Monmouth, beware of the Rhine. You were there, Grey, when I read it.
I considered it then, sire, as I do now, a foolish piece of doggerel from a senile old man. It merits no further thought.
If I may speak, sire.
Master Wade.
There is something in the order of the enemy troops that recalls to me what I have heard of the Battle of Dunbar. There, too, was the ground boggy and treacherous. It seems to me we might, as Cromwell did, approach Chedzoy, keeping the morass between ourselves and the enemy, and fall upon their flanks.
Sire, there's good sense in what Master Wade says. We must either fall on or be starved out. So why not take the advantage of the chance this gives us?
What's your advice, Colonel Bowser?
My advice is ever the same, sire. We are here to fight, and the sooner we get to work at it, the better.
Colonel Saxon.
I agree with Master Wade, sire. The enemy has laid himself open to attack, and we should take advantage of it. I would, however, be in favour of a night onfall.
The same thought was in my mind. Our friends here know every inch of the ground. They could guide us to Chedzoy as surely in the darkness as in the day.
Has anyone anything to say against this plan? Then, if all are agreed, let our word be so-ho, and let us come upon them as soon after midnight as may be. You will now return to your regiments. And remember this. Be the upshot of our venture that Monmouth be crowned King of England or a hunted fugitive. His heart, while it can still beat, will ever bear in memory his brave friends who stood at his side in his time of trouble. If Monmouth cannot have all England, 6 feet of her shall at least be his. Now to your regiments, and may God defend the right.
May God defend the right.
11 o'clock was the hour appointed for our army to march out against the royal forces. But before the assembly, I found time to look in upon my wounded friend.
Captain Clarke, good evening.
Major Ogilvy.
Major Ogilvy's been reading to me from a book of plays.
Though I fancy a book of sermons would have been more to your taste, eh, Captain Lockerbie?
How fares it with you, Reuben?
I would ride out with you, Micah, but I doubt if I could stay in my horse. Oh, what's my company to do without their captain?
It has been joined to mine. I shall be proud to lead them.
It's too bad that a little wound like this should lay me low, after all our marching and drilling. I've been present at the grace and cut off from the dinner.
Now, you and the Major will have a quieter night than we shall. What do you think of our chances, Major?
Would you have me be honest?
You think little of them?
I've thought little of them from the first. Monmouth is like a ruined gambler who's now putting his last piece on the board. He can't win much, and he may lose all.
The chance is better than that.
Is it?
If we win this encounter, the whole of the Midland might come out for him.
No, Captain Clarke. England's not ripe for it.
England does not want a papist king.
True. But why risk so much to bring about what must come in time? The Prince of Orange is the next in succession and a Protestant. The people will have what they want without bloodshed. Besides, the man you support is unworthy of your loyalty. He breaks his word.
How so?
When he landed in this country 2 months ago, he declared he would leave the choice of a monarch to the Commons. In less than a week, he proclaimed himself king at Taunton. Now, who could believe a man who has so little regard for truth?
Treason, Major, treason. Still, I admit, if one could order a leader as one orders a coat, we might have chosen one of stronger stuff. We're in arms not for him, but for the rights and liberties of Englishmen. Oh, and speaking of coats, have you seen Sir Jervis?
You'll find him in the room above. He's preparing himself for battle as if it was a court ball. If the king's troops take him, they'll assuredly think that they have the Duke himself. He's been in here to consult us about his patches, his hose, and I know not what beside. You'd best go up to him, and my patient must go to sleep.
Goodbye then, Reuben.
Good night, Micah. God shield you from harm.
May I speak to you aside, Major?
Let's step outside. In what may I oblige you, Captain Clarke?
in this, Major. I believe I may say your captivity has not been made harsh for you.
Through your good offices, Captain.
Might I ask, then, that you keep an eye on Captain Lockerbie, should we be defeated tonight? Hale can look after themselves, but he's helpless and will need a friend.
I swear to God, no harm shall befall him. My hand on it.
Well, you've taken a load from my heart, Major. Now I can ride to battle with an easy mind.
God go with you, Captain Clarke.
Oh, devil take this cravat. Will it never go properly? Enter! Oh, it's you, Micah. Come in, friend, come in.
You look very fine, Jervis.
Shadow of my former self, I fear. It's sorry work in this dismal camp, trying to keep oneself from being an offence to the eye.
I never saw such a gallant. Plum-coloured velvet, a wig in the latest fashion, your breastplate, spurs and sword sheath polished like silver. We've not a speck or a stain on you.
I trust not indeed. If I've any fault to find with Monmouth, it's that he's begun to be neglectful of his person. He stood before us this morning, quite dishevelled and unkempt. It grieved me to see him.
He has more on his mind at this moment than his appearance.
He should have appeared as if he was going to levy at court. He had the air of a defeated man, and such an air does not inspire confidence. I would never dream of going even to the block without excessive care of my toilette.
His unkempt appearance, as you call it, is more likely to endear him to his followers.
Fiddle-dee, friend Micah. A leader should always look like a leader. Have you ever seen me look as he did before my pikemen?
Oh, never, I confess.
Yet they'll follow me to the death, as I fear it will be, which will be timely, since I've nothing left to spend. Pour me a glass of wine, my friend, and help yourself while I try and get this cravat unwrinkled.
How are you going to occupy yourself with such trifles at such a time?
Trifles? Trifles? Oh, well, never mind. It's useless trying to argue with you. You'd never understand the importance of such matters. Thank you. Your health, friend Micah.
And yours, Jervis.
Is all ready for our venture?
Your company awaits you by the church. I saw them as I passed.
How did they look? Were they powdered and clean?
In good order, I thought.
I believe they'll bear themselves well. More wine for you?
No more, thank you.
Then the Major might care to finish it. It's not often I need help with a bottle, but I must keep my head cool this night. Let's go down and see the men.
It was after 10 o'clock when we descended into the street. The hubbub of the preachers and the shouting of the people had died away, for the regiments had fallen into their places and stood silent and stern, with the faint light from the lamps and windows playing over their dark, serried ranks. A cool, clear moon shone down upon us from amidst fleecy clouds, which drifted ever and anon across her face. Away in the north, tremulous rays of light flickered up into the heavens, coming and going like long, quivering fingers. These were the northern lights, a sight rarely seen in the Southland counties. It is little wonder that, coming at such a time, the fanatic should have pointed to them as signals from another world, and should have compared them to that pillar of fire which guided Israel through the dangers of the desert. The footpaths and the windows were crowded with women and children, who broke into shrill cries of fear or of wonder as the strange light waxed and waned.
It's after 10:30 by St. Mary's clock. Have we nothing to give the men?
There's a hogshead of cider in the yard of my inn. Here, Dawson.
Yes, sir.
Take these gold seedlings and buy the barrel. See, each man has his hornful.
Yes, sir.
They shan't fight with nothing but cold water in them.
That was good of you, Sir Jervis. They'll fill the need before the morning. This marsh air is chilling to the blood.
The king! Oh, look, gentlemen. There on that magnificent charger. At last Monmouth looks every inch a king.
All cheering had been forbidden, but waving caps and brandished arms spoke the ardour of his devoted followers. No bugle was to sound the march, but as each company received the word, the one behind followed its movements. The clatter and shuffle of hundreds of moving feet came nearer and nearer, until the Froom men in front of us began to march, and we found ourselves fairly started upon the last journey which many of us were ever to take in this world. A dense haze lay over the moor, gathering thickly in the hollows, and veiling both the town which we had left and the villages which we were approaching. Very slow our march was, and very careful, for the plain was, as Sir Stephen Timewell had told us, cut across by great ditches or rines, which could not be passed save at some few places. So far our enterprise had succeeded admirably. We were within half a mile of the camp without mistake or accident, and none of the enemy's scouts had shown sign of their presence. Clearly, they held us in such contempt that it never occurred to them that we might open the attack. If ever a general deserved a beating, it was Feversham that night. As we drew up upon the moor, the clock of Chedzoy struck 1.
This is glorious. What is there on earth to compare with the excitement of this?
You speak as though it were a cockfighting or a bull baiting. The chances are that few of us will see tomorrow's sunrise.
I've no great curiosity to see it. It'll be much as yesterday's. Zoons, though I'd never risen to see one in me life. I've looked on many ere I went to bed. What a lucky chance it was to spend my fortune while I was still alive to enjoy it. What bird is that?
It's an owl, of course. Have you ever heard one before?
I thought all birds flew by day. Life is indeed life on such a night as this. Rabbit me, but you're to be envied, Clarke, for having been born and bred in the country. I think I could live a simple pastoral life myself, provided there was a playhouse, a coffee house, and a good tailor's within reach.
You'd be moping within the week.
You think I jest? But I tell you, I've lived more and learned more during these few weeks that we've been sliding about in the rain with our ragged lads than ever I did when I was a page at court. Why are we waiting here?
Well, I think for our guides to come back. Jervis, I told my friend Reuben a few things I should like to be done in case I should fall. Is there any service of the sort I can do for you?
Well, I've provided for me old nurse as best I can. Perhaps Tommy Chichester might be glad to hear of the fun we've had in Somerset. You'll find him at the cocoa tree every day between 2 and 4. Oh, and, yes, I've a trinket or two left. Give them to pretty Mistress Ruth, should our friend lead her to the altar. How now, Colonel? But why are we stuck out on the moor like this?
They're ordering the line for the attack. Whoever saw a camp so exposed to an onfall? If only I'd 1,200 good horse, I'd trample them down like young corn after a hailstorm.
We have horse. They could advance and do as you say.
Boy, I mean cavalry, not such a few as we can muster. Now, if this fight's to be won, it must be by our foot. Keep your men well in hand. We may have to bear the brunt of the king's dragoons. A flank attack would fall upon us. We have the post of honour.
There are troops to the right of us.
Aye, the Taunton burghers and the Froome peasants. Nor could I wish for better, comrades. If their zeal doesn't outrun their discretion, they're on their knees praying at this moment.
They'll fight none the worse for that.
Listen, our troops are advancing.
Aye, the hour has come. Forward!
Very slowly and silently, we crept through the dense fog, our feet splashing and slipping in the sodden soil. But with all the care we took, the advance of so great a number of men could not be conducted without a deep, sonorous sound from the thousands of marching feet. Ahead of us were splotches of ruddy light twinkling through the fog, which marked the royal watchfires. Immediately in front of us, in a dense column, our own horse moved forward.
Who goes there?
We've caught them unawares!
Forward!
At the first alarm, our horse charged forward, and we followed them as fast as our men could run.
We've reached the first outpost! On, men, on!
We had crossed 200 or 300 yards of moor and could hear the blowing of the royal bugles quite near to us, when our horse came to a sudden stop, and our whole advance was at a standstill.
Santa Maria, what are we stopping for? We must on at any cost. A halt will ruin us now. What the devil's going on up front?
We can't go on.
Can't? I can see the enemy man as plainly as I can see you.
But we can't reach them, sir. We've been betrayed.
Betrayed?
There's a ditch without a ford in front of us.
A ditch? Man, we don't stop for a ditch.
This is impassable, sir. It's 20 feet across.
Give me room for my horse and I'll show you how to cross it.
No, sir, I beg you. Our sergeant tried it even now, and he and his horse have gone to the bottom.
Let's see it, then.
We followed on Saxon's heels until we found ourselves on the borders of the vast trench that impeded our advance. It stretched in front of us, broad, black and forbidding, full 20 feet from bank to bank. The cap of the ill-fated sergeant was just visible in the centre, as a mute warning to all who might attempt to ford it.
In God's name, how came the guide to lead us to this? He shall hang as high as Haman.
Major Hollis flung him into the ditch, sir. He's already paid for his treachery, or his mistake.
As we shall pay, unless we take action. Every moment we lose is worth a troop of horse to the enemy. They're assembling for the attack. There must be a passage across somewhere. Where's Lord Grey? What's he doing?
He's riding along the bank trying to find a ford.
We've not much time. We shall lose all our advantage. Trooper, make for the rear. Gallop as though the devil were behind you. Bring up a pair of ammunition wagons. We may be able to bridge this infernal battle.
Yes, sir.
Had them in the hollow of our hands till this moment. May that treacherous guide burn in hell!
If only a few of us could get across, we might engage part of that force until help came.
All down the rebel line, a fierce, low growl of disappointment and rage showed that the whole army had met the obstacle that hindered our attack. On the other side of the ditch, the drums beat, the bugles screamed, and the shouts and oaths of the officers could be heard as they marshalled their men. Saxon rode up and down the edge of the ditch, muttering foreign oaths, grinding his teeth in fury, and rising now and again in his stirrups to shake his gauntlet at the enemy.
How long are they going to be, for Christ's sake? Hurry, men, hurry!
You across the water! Who are you for?
The King! We are for the King!
For the King! For which King?
For King Monmouth!
King Monmouth! Let them have it!
A storm of musket bullets whistled and sung about our ears. As the sheet of flame sprang out of the darkness, the maddened, half-broken horses dashed wildly away across the plain, resisting the efforts of their riders to pull them up. They thundered through the ranks of the foot and out over the moor, leaving their companions to bear the whole brunt of the battle.
On your faces, men! Let the shot go over you! Bring your musketeers forward, Sir Gervas!
Forward, men! Kneel! Take aim steadily! Fire!
So near had both armies been brought to the edge of the great ditch that there were not 5 pikes' length between them. Yet that short distance was so impassable that a quarter of a mile might have divided us. So near were we that the burning wads from the enemy's muskets flew in flakes of fire over our heads, and we felt upon our faces the quick, hot flush of their discharges. Yet, although the air was alive with bullets, the aim of the soldiers was too high for our kneeling ranks, and very few of our men were struck.
Where in hell are those wagons I sent for? We must cross or we're done for.
We're holding our own in this quarter. Their fire is slackening.
It's their horse, I fear. They can avoid the ditch and take us on the flank. They'll be upon us at any time. What the devil is Sir Gervas doing riding to the very edge?
Gervas! Watch yourself!
You're making yourself a target, man!
I simply wish to make the enemy's acquaintance. Hello there! Can you tell me if we have the honor to be opposed to the Royal Foot Guards?
We're Dumbarton's regiment! We'll give you good cause to remember having met us!
We'll be across presently to make your acquaintance!
He's down! Get him, men, or you'll be in the ditch.
Half a dozen musketeers sprang instantly waist-deep into the mud and dragged our friend out of danger. But his horse, which had been shot through the heart, sank without a struggle.
Are you hurt, man?
Devil a bit. Now I shall fight on foot like my brave musketeers.
The grey light of morning was now stealing over the moor, and across the Rhine I could see the long lines of red coats, looming up like a battalion of giants. On every side of me men were falling fast, for the increased light had improved the aim of the soldiers. Everywhere the dead lay thick among the living. Yet no man flinched from his place, and Saxon still walked his horse among them with hope and praise. His stern, deep-lined face and tall, sinewy figure were a very beacon of hope to the simple rustics. Such of my scythemen as could handle a musket were thrown forward into the fighting line and furnished with the arms and pouches of those who had fallen.
Load! Take aim! Fire! That tells, my God, that tells. Reload and fire again, my hearties.
Suddenly, from the rear of the ranks arose a cry. Bareheaded and wild-eyed, Monmouth rode through our men.
What think you, Colonel Saxon? How goes the fight? Shall we draw off, do you think? Have we any hope of success?
We hold our own here, Your Majesty. If only we had something in the nature of palisades or stockades, we might even make it good against the horse.
Ah, the horse! If we ever get over this, Lord Grey shall answer for it. His cavalry ran like a flock of sheep. What can a leader do with such troops? Shall we not advance?
No, Your Majesty. Even if we made a bridge of our dead, the element of surprise has gone. We can but fight it out as we are.
Your men seem to have given good account of themselves, Saxon. From the look of yonder bank.
They could do even better, Master Wade, with cannon to support us.
The cannoneers fled when the cavalry fled. What can I do with such men? What shall I do?
Stand firm, Colonel Saxon. If it comes to the worst, save yourself!
Won't you follow the king and his men, Colonel Bowser?
Nein. I'm weary of trotting up and down. Here with you, I'm likely to have my share of any fighting that's going. Greetings, Sir Gerald. Where's your horse?
At the bottom of the ditch. And like you, I've not fleshed my sword yet. It's not what I look forward to.
You'll have something to console you now. My God, is it not splendid? The royal horse! Look to it, Prince Saxon! Look to it!
Out of the haze, there twinkled now and then a silvery light, while a dull, thundering noise broke upon our ears like that of surf upon a rocky shore. Then, of a sudden, the fog was rent, and the royal cavalry broke out from it, wave after wave, rich in scarlet and blue and gold. There was something in the smooth, steady sweep of so great a body of horsemen which gave a feeling of irresistible power.
This is the moment. Steady, brave lads. Dig your pike butts into the earth. Rest it on the right foot. Give not an inch. Steady.
Louder and louder grew the roar of the horse. A great shout went up from either side. And then the living wave broke over us. What words are there to describe such an encounter as this? The crash of steel, the sharp, gasping cries, the snorting of horses, the jar when the push of pike met with the sweep of sword. I seemed to stand in a swirl of smoke from the hail of bullets across the ditch, with steel caps and fierce faces breaking through it, and with the red, gaping nostrils of horses and their pawing forefeet as they recoiled from the hedge of steel. All around us rose godly ejaculations from the peasants and oaths from the horsemen, with Saxon's voice above all, cheering on his men. Then suddenly the cloud of horsemen was gone, circling off over the plain as swiftly as it had come.
They've had enough, my God! They're hiding off!
Not for long, I fear. They'll reform and charge again.
But if we could claim it as a victory, the army in general could scarcely say as much. The Frome peasants were gone, swept utterly from the field. Many had been driven by sheer weight and pressure into the fatal mud which had checked our advance. Hundreds of others, sorely cut and slashed, lay in ghastly heaps all over the ground that they had held. Further off, the men of Taunton still stood fast, though in sadly diminished numbers. Our cavalry was gone, and our ordnance silent, for the powder carts had gone astray. It needed no soldierly experience to see that the battle was lost, and Monmouth's cause was doomed.
Captain Clarke! Sir? Write to Mayor Timewell. Tell him to join his men to ours. Together we may stand another charge.
I fancy, Colonel, this is the mayor riding to see us.
How fares it with you, Sir Stephen? You've been hurt.
A graze from a bullet, nothing. But him, that man, for whom we gave everything, whom we followed with our lives, what do you think of him now?
Monmouth?
Yes, Monmouth! Look over there! Behold your king!
My God, he is hiding from the field!
Riding away to save himself while we fight on for a man who has deserted us! Wade, Gray, Ferguson, all fleeing with them!
This is too much! The brave country folk!
Hush, don't dishearten the men. Cardis is catching. Watch out! The cover is on us again. Stand firm, your pikes to receive cavalry!
Stand firm to your pikes!
Again the whirlwind of horse was upon us, and while the struggle was at its hottest, the king's cannon opened with a deafening roar from the other side of the Rhine. Our men were mown down as though death himself with his scythe was amongst us. At last our ranks were breaking, yet men of Devon, of Dorset, of Wiltshire, of Somerset, trodden down by horse, slashed by dragoons, dropping by scores under the rain of bullets, still fought on with a dogged, desperate courage for a man who had deserted them. Again and again the guards crashed through them from side to side, yet the shattered ranks closed up behind them and continued the long-drawn struggle. So hopeless was it, and so pitiable, that I could have found it in my heart to wish that they would break and fly, were it not that on that broad moor there was no refuge they could make for. Large numbers of our foot fought to the death, neither giving nor receiving quarter, but at last, scattered, broken, and without ammunition, the main body of the peasants dispersed and fled across the moor, closely followed by the horse.
It is no use. We can do no more.
Look to Sir Jervis. He needs help.
Strike them down, men! They're papists! Ah, would you, sir? That's for you!
Stand firm, my friend! We are with you!
Thanks, Bowser! They're but a dozen! This is what I came for! It's great sport! Curse me if they're not running away!
And so must we!
Captain Clarke, are you asking me to desert my company?
Your company? Man, you're mad! Your company's cut off to the last man!
That's what I mean!
Jervis!
Don't mind about me! Look out for yourselves! Goodbye, Clarke! I'm sorry we shan't meet in London!
Jervis!
The dragoons!
The royal horse were on us again. We were borne backwards, fighting desperately. I tried to reach Sir Jervis, who was fighting alone, but even as I turned my horse, I saw a sword pierce him to the heart. My gallant friend fell and lay still. Now it was every man for himself. Saxon and I rode for our lives across the moor, followed by a few scattered bodies of horse, who soon abandoned us for easier prey. Reaching the summit of the low hills which lie to the westward of the moor, we stopped and looked back at the heaps of the dead and dying, uncertain where to go.
Where are we to make for, Captain? The King's men will be searching the whole country for rebels. There's no safety here.
No, but I dare not go home.
No, it'd bring danger to your folks if you went back to Havant. Why not do as I shall do?
What's that?
Go wherever there's fighting to be had. Hello? It seems we're not free of this business yet. Look at those horsemen.
Oh, more slaughter! Why will they force us to it?
There's only two of them. We can manage them with ease. By the Lord Harry, I believe I recognize that Springald.
It's the man you quarrelled with at Salisbury.
And who set the bloodhounds on us.
Stand and submit yourselves.
I would not flee for a fortune.
You cozening wretch.
You know me, do you?
I know you for a cheat and a traitor. Take him, Corporal.
Oh, no, I'll take you for myself. I've a score to settle with you. I hope you've learned to fence since we last met.
Their swords met an instant after, while the corporal attacked me with such fury it was all I could do to keep him off. Our horses spun round each other, biting and pawing, until at last, coming knee to knee, we grasped each other by the throat. He pulled a dagger from his belt, but I dealt him a blow with my gauntleted hand, which smote him off his horse and stretched him speechless on the plain. At the same moment, the lieutenant fell from his horse, badly wounded.
Now for the coup de grace. Say your prayers, puppy.
No, Saxon, no. We've killed enough. Let him be.
Would they have shown us mercy? Kill your man while I finish this cur.
Not in cold blood. Nor will I let you.
And how will you prevent me?
To kill him, you'll have to kill me first.
I could almost do so. This is the end between us. We part here. You are no fit companion for a soldier of fortune. Join the clergy, lad. That's your true vocation.
Now I was indeed without a friend. Saxon gone, Sir Gervas dead on the field of battle, and Reuben, oldest and dearest of all, lying wounded at Bridgewater at the mercy of a brutal soldiery. Nor had I anywhere to go. Weary and sick at heart that our cause should have failed so miserably, I turned Covenant's head and rode slowly away from the west.
That was part 4 of Micah Clarke by Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatized in 5 parts by Constance Cox, with Martin Reed as Micah, Patrick Troughton as Decimus Saxon, James Bryce as Reuben Lockerbie, and featuring Simon Ward as the Duke of Monmouth. Sir Gervas Jerram was played by Mark Straker, Lord Grey by David Sinclair, Colonel Bowser by Geoffrey Collins, Major Ogilvy by Gregory de Polnay, Master Wade by Steve Hodson, Mayor Timewell by William Edel, Lieutenant Horsford by Christopher Douglas, The Little Child by Melissa Katsoulis, John Derrick by William Hope, The Preacher by Peter Aker, The Verger by Brian Smith, A Trooper by Trevor Nichols, and A Man from Dumbarton's Regiment by Colin Starkey. Micah Clarke was directed by David Johnston. Micah Clarke by Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatized in 5 parts by Constance Cox, with Martin Reed as Micah, Patrick Troughton as Decimus Saxon, and James Bryce as Reuben Lockerbie. Micah Clarke, Part 5, The End of It All.
My heart was indeed heavy as I rode away from the west. Our defeat at the hands of the soldiers of King James at Sedgemoor had made me a rebel, homeless, and without a future. All that seemed possible was for me to make my way to the coast, where if I was fortunate enough to elude capture, I might make my way abroad and become, perhaps, like Saxon, a soldier of fortune. It was now going on for midday. I was beginning to feel very hungry, for I'd tasted nothing since the evening before. But the bleak landscape seemed to offer no possibility of finding food, until at last, when I'd almost given up hope, I saw a windmill standing upon a hill at the other side of some fields. Judging from its appearance, it had escaped the general pillage, and I took the pathway which branched away to it from the highway. At the base of the mill there stood a shed, which was evidently used to stall the horses which brought the farmer's grain. Some grass was heaped up inside it, so I loosened Covenant's girth and left him to have a hearty meal. The mill itself appeared to be silent and deserted. I climbed the steep wooden ladder and pushed the door open. All around the walls were sacks full of flour, while in the fireplace was a pile of wood ready for lighting. With the aid of my tinderbox, I soon had a cheerful blaze going. Then, taking a handful of flour from the nearest sack, I moistened it with water from a pitcher, making it into a flat dough cake, though smiling the while to think what my mother would have said to such rough cookery.
What in heaven? Who's that? Where are you? If you're in one of these sacks, I'll soon prick you out. Show yourself before I run my sword through you.
Oh, Holy Mother of God, help me, I'm dying. I must come out.
the lid of a great chest on which I'd been sitting was slowly pushed up, and a creature wholly coated and caked with flour rose slowly from it. Stooping down, I dragged the man from his hiding place, when he dropped upon his knees upon the floor and yelled for mercy, raising such a cloud of dust from every wriggle of his body that I began to cough and to sneeze. As the skin of powder began to scale off from him, I saw to my surprise that he was no miller or peasant, but was a man-at-arms, with a huge sword girt to his side, looking at present not unlike a frosted icicle.
By heaven! You're a soldier!
Not a soldier, your worship, but a poor scrivener, driven into these courses by the tyranny of those above him. A more loyal man, your grace, never wore leather. But when the mayor says yes, can the clerk say no? Oh, spare me, your lordship. Spare a penitent wretch whose only prayer is that he may be allowed to serve King James to the last drop of his blood.
Do you renounce the Duke of Monmouth?
Oh, I do, your highness, with all my heart.
Then prepare to die. I am one of his officers.
No, your worship. I followed the Duke. I fought for him. I'm loyal, your grace. Loyal to the death.
So it would seem. Up off your knees, man. I know you now. You're Master Tetheridge, clerk to the Mayor of Taunton.
You know me?
As you know me. I'm Captain Clarke, of Saxon's Regiment of Foot.
Why, to be sure, Captain, I remember. Oh, Captain, I'm so glad to see you've come off scatheless.
But not at the expense of renouncing my allegiance.
Nay, Captain, that I never did. I'm as true and leal a man as I ever was.
That I can fully believe.
All I did was to simulate. I practiced the cunning of the serpent, which should in every soldier accompany the courage of the lion. Oh, I fancy your cake is done, Captain.
Are you hungry?
Oh, Captain.
Here's half of it.
Oh, Captain, thank you. Thank you.
How did you come to be in the flour bin?
Why, Captain, it was in this wise. When the fight was lost and I cut and hacked till my arm was weary and my sword blunted, I found that I alone was left alive of all the Taunton men.
Oh, how came that? Were you hiding behind a bush?
Oh, that's unworthy of you, Captain. Our good mayor, were he alive to say it, would tell you I stood within a ring of slain I'd cut down with my sword arm.
The mayor is dead, then?
Yes, alack.
Poor little Mistress Ruth.
The mayor, as I say, being dead, had no further need of his horse. So I rode slowly from the field until I found this place. God of mercy, what's that?
It's my horse in the stall below.
Oh, heaven be thanked. I thought it was the dragoons. Oh, but of course you and I would have gone forth and smitten them.
Or hid in the flour bin.
I've not yet made it clear to you how I came to be there.
It's clear enough.
Well, hearing you come up the ladder, I retreated into ambush.
The flour bin.
From which I meant to make a sudden onfall upon you, had the flour not choked my breathing. Which is fortunate as it happens. I might have done you an injury.
All very clear and explicit, Master Tetheridge. The King's troops will be busy with the Bridgewater ale tonight. If we can pass through, I've friends on the north coast who'll give us a lift in their lugger as far as Holland.
Us? What? You mean I may go with you?
I'll help you that far, since you're my fellow in misfortune. And now I think we should rest. We may have to travel far tonight.
There's a pile of empty sacks in the loft above. You sleep there. I'll stay down here for a while and bake another dough cake for us to take with us.
Well, you take the watch for 2 hours. Then come and wake me. Then I'll keep guard while you sleep.
I shall be true to my post, Captain.
I climbed up into the loft, and throwing myself upon the rude couch, was soon in a deep and dreamless slumber, lulled by the low, mournful groaning and creaking of the sails. I was awoken by steps beside me, and found that the little clerk had come up the ladder and was bending over me. I asked him if the time had come for me to rouse, on which he answered in a strange, quivering voice that I had yet an hour, and that he'd come up to see if there was any service which he could render me. I was too weary to take much note of his slinking manner and pallid cheeks, so thanking him for his attention, I turned over and was soon asleep once more. My next waking was a rougher and sterner one.
There he is. Take him, men.
A dozen redcoats were swarming into the room. I sprang to my feet and felt for my sword, but it had gone. Unarmed and taken at advantage, I was struck down and pinioned in a moment.
Struggle, man, and we'll blow your brains out. Truss him up and take him down below. Bring that sword with you.
I was bound so tightly with a coil of rope that Samson himself could scarcely have got free. Then I was dragged down the ladder to the room below, which was also crowded with troopers. In one corner was Tetheridge, a picture of abject terror, only prevented from falling to the floor by a stalwart corporal. In front of him stood two officers. One had my sword in his hand. He examined the blade curiously, then looked up and addressed me.
This is a good piece of steel. How came you by this sword, fellow?
It was my father's.
And I hope he put it to a better use than his son has done.
To as good, though not to a better. That sword has always been drawn for the rights of Englishmen against the tyranny of kings.
What a tag for the playhouse, eh, Dick? Delivered by Betterton, close up to the footlights with a hand on his heart, and I warrant the pit would rise to it.
Very like, but we've not time for speeches now. What shall we do with the informer?
Hang him!
Oh, no, your most gracious honours. Didn't I tell you where you could find one of the stoutest soldiers in the rebel army? Didn't I lead you to him? Didn't I even creep up and remove his sword so he couldn't harm you? You can't treat me so scurvily when I've given him over to you. You must let me go.
Very well delivered. Plaguily so. The emphasis was just right and the enunciation clear. We might use this fellow on the boards, Dick.
We've other business than play acting now. What this reptile says is true. We must keep faith with him if we wish the other country folk to give up their fugitives.
I say, hang him first and discuss the questions after.
No, he must have his freedom.
Oh, thank you, your honour, thank you.
Take him outside, Corporal. Strip off his breastplate and send him across the moor with a touch of your stirrup leather across his shoulders.
Willingly, sir. Come along, you.
No, this isn't just, sir. I helped you. I don't deserve chastisement. Officer, there are other ways I can serve you.
Oh, Corporal Rivers has certainly taken us at our word. That fellow will have to sleep on his side for a month. Now for the other. That stout beam over our heads should serve our purpose, and we've rope enough. Where's Hangman Broderick?
Here, sir. I have the rope here, with the noose.
Right, throw it over the beam, then. String the fellow up, Corporal.
No, wait. We must do our work with order. The Colonel will need some details. What's your name, fellow?
Captain Micah Clarke.
Aha. This is the very man. I had a feeling it might be so. They said he was a huge fellow.
Have you ever known a Major Ogilvy of the Horse Guards Blue?
Ogilvy? Well, since he shared food and quarters with me ever since I took him prisoner, I think I may fairly say I do know him.
Cast loose the cord, Broderick. Young man, you must surely be preserved for something great. You'll never be nearer your grave till you actually step into it. Major Ogilvy has given orders that should you be taken, you're to be brought in unscathed.
Does that mean I'm free to go?
Good Lord, no. You're a rebel man. You'll stand your trial with the rest of them.
And I'd rather share the fate of my comrades in arms.
You're ungrateful, my friend. Still, you'll die one way or the other. Sergeant Greta! Take 2 troopers and conduct the prisoner to Comage Church. We've other work to do here.
At the word of command, the troopers descended into the field where their horses were picketed and were speedily on the march once more, the tall captain leading them and the stage-struck cornet bringing up the rear. The sergeant to whose care I'd been committed, a great square-shouldered, dark-browed man, ordered Covenant to be brought out and helped me to mount him. He removed the pistols from the holsters, however, and hung them with my sword at his own saddle-bow.
If you promise to be quiet, we'll free your arms, so you can ride more easily.
I've no desire to escape, Sergeant.
Good. Untie him. Sergeant? I admire a brave man in misfortune. Now ride between us and stand true to your word, because I promise you our pistols are primed.
How did you discover me?
Your comrade played you a scurvy trick. We were riding down the road when he ran out of the mill and said he'd deliver one of Monmouth's stoutest soldiers into our hands, on condition that his own life should be spared. For me, I just strung him up out of hand.
That's my own fault for trusting him. And the captain said we were to be brought to trial.
Aye, they say there's a lawyer coming from London, whose wig is more to be feared than our helmets. It said he'll slay more men in a day than a troop of horse in a 10-mile chase. Oh, speaking for myself, I shall be glad when they take this butcher's work into their own hands. See those bodies on yonder tree?
Huh?
It's an evil season when such acorns grow on English oaks.
It's an evil season when men who call themselves Christians inflict such vengeance on poor simple peasants. It's fair the leaders and officers should suffer, but not poor godly country folk.
I say, let a man keep his religion in his heart, that we may all live at peace with one another. Turn off this road here.
Sergeant, may I ask you a favour?
Oh, that's as may be.
My horse. My true and brave Covenant. I know he must be taken away from me. Will you take charge of him? No, I'll pay you for his keep. And if I should fail to reclaim him, will you keep him for your own use and treat him kindly?
That I will, lad. I'll give you my word. God forbid I should ever misuse any animal. I trust one day I'll be able to hand it back to you.
I was lodged for one night at Gummidge Church. On Thursday morning, the third day after the battle, we were all conveyed into Bridgewater, where we were confined for the remainder of the week in St. Mary's Church, the very one from the tower of which Monmouth and his commanders had inspected the enemy's position.
I see Captain Clarke. Is he here?
Oh, it could be, sir. They're all just faces to me. Hey there. Is there a Captain Clarke among you? Is someone asking for you?
Here. Who wants me? Major Ogilvy. This is kind of you to come and see me.
I wish it were not in such conditions. I was better treated as a prisoner than you are.
I owe you my life. That I wasn't hanged when I was caught is entirely due to you. How is Reuben?
Almost back to health. And a great comfort to Mistress Ruth, his little sweetheart. I hear the brave mayor was killed at Sedgemoor.
Aye. Will Reuben be in danger? He took no active part in the rebellion.
I think not. The king will have victims enough. And what influence I have, I'll use for him. And indeed for you. You've heard Monmouth has been taken.
No. Poor man.
Yeah. He was found hiding in a bean field not far from the New Forest.
What an end for him. He'll die, of course.
That's inevitable. The king will have his head for it.
Was he found alone?
Totally.
So he was deserted as he deserted us.
These are dreadful conditions for you, Captain. Is there anything I can do for your comfort? I could speak to your guards.
No. These men were my comrades in arms. I wouldn't wish to be treated differently. But there are two things you could do for me.
Tell me.
Would you write to my father? Tell him I'm in no pressing danger. And give him and my mother my dearest love.
Gladly.
He is Joseph Clarke, tanner, of Havant in Hampshire.
A letter shall go today. And your other request?
I have some money here. My mother sewed it in my collar very prudently. These poor fellows round me, most of them are destitute, some badly wounded. Could you buy some better food for them and perhaps some medicines? Well, I know in many cases there's little that can be done, but it may be possible to alleviate their sufferings a little.
Depend on me, Captain Clarke. If I had my way, these poor fellows would be allowed to go home. But I fear most of them will pay the ultimate penalty.
I must ask you to leave now, sir.
Yes, I'm going.
Goodbye, Captain. Farewell. Be of good heart, and God be with you.
Major Ogilvy was true to his word, and with his aid I was able to distribute a few small comforts to my fellow prisoners. Then, early in August, we were taken from Bridgewater to Taunton, where we were lodged with hundreds of others in the same wool storehouse that had quartered our regiment in the early days of the campaign. Here we waited to learn what was to become of us. 3 days later, on a Monday evening, Lord Chief Justice Jeffreys, Baron of Wem, drove into Taunton. His infamous reputation had preceded him, and we crowded to the windows to watch him pass. First rode the dragoons with their standards and kettle drums, then the javelin men with their halberds, and last of all, drawn by 6 long-tailed Flemish mares, came a great open coach, thickly encrusted with gold. Inside, wrapped in a cloak of crimson velvet and reclining on cushions, sat the most feared man in England. Stories of his furious rages and wholesale condemnation of prisoners at his travesties of trials had reached us. But as I looked at him, I found them difficult to believe. He was quite the handsomest man I'd ever seen, with a noble and lofty expression, magnificent black eyes, and a clear olive skin. Yet before very long, I and my fellow prisoners were to discover that the stories were indeed true, and that justice was indeed blind where Baron Jeffreys was concerned. That very night, a great gallows was erected outside the White Horse Inn, and the next morning, one by one, my fellow prisoners were called out, the more prominent being chosen first. We saw and heard no more of them, save that a sudden fierce rattle of drums would rise up now and again to drown any dying words that might fall from the sufferers. On the 8th day of the assizes, along with the last 50 of the prisoners, I was called to the courthouse.
The court will rise for the Lord Chief Justice.
Well, gentlemen of the jury, again we have much work for you. In the past week you have rightly sent 1,100 of the king's enemies to the gallows. I have no doubt this pretty bunch... how many are there, Clarke?
50, your worship.
This pretty bunch of 50 will soon follow them. Was ever so much wickedness fitted into one courtroom before? Who ever saw such an array of villainous faces? Ah, rogues, I see a rope ready for every one of you. You grey-haired rascal in the corner. How comes it you've not more of the grace of God in you than to take up arms against your most gracious and loving sovereign?
I followed the dictates of my conscience, my lord.
Your conscience? A ranter with a conscience, gentlemen. Your conscience will stand you in little stead when you're dancing on nothing with a rope around your neck.
My lord...
And you great hulking rebel, haven't you grace enough to cast down your eyes, but must needs look justice in the face as though you were an honest man? Aren't you afraid, sirrah? Don't you see death close upon you?
I've seen death before now, sir, and was not afraid.
Generation of vipers! To rebel against the kindest of kings, the best of fathers. But wayward children must with all kindness be flogged into obedience. The king will save your natural parents all further care on your account. Who defends these villains?
I defend the prisoners, your lordship.
Master Helstrop again, is it? You're in all these dirty cases, Master Helstrop. You might find yourself in a parlous condition, Master Helstrop. I think sometimes that I see you yourself in the dock, Master Hellstrop. I think you should have a care, sir. Have a care.
My brief is from the Crown, your lordship. His Majesty has appointed me for the prisoner's defence.
Must I be answered back, then? Am I to be insulted in my own court?
My lord,
Is every 5-goat piece of a pleader, because he chanced to have a wig and gown, to browbeat the Lord Chief Justice and fly in the face of the ruling of the court? Oh, Master Hellstrop, I fear I shall live to see some evil come upon you.
I crave your lordship's pardon.
I warn you, sir, keep a guard upon your words and actions. See you're not too zealous in the cause of this scum of the earth. How now then, what do these 50 villains desire to say for themselves? What is their lie? Gentlemen of the jury, I beg you will take particular notice of the cutthroat faces of these men. It is well we have a sufficient guard, for neither justice nor the church is safe in their hands. Well, speak, Master Hellstrop.
40 of the prisoners plead guilty to taking up arms against the king, my lord.
They could hardly do less. Is that great hulking fellow amongst them?
If you mean me, my lord, yes. I plead guilty to taking up arms in a rightful cause.
Brazen effrontery! Was there ever such unparalleled impudence? You express repentance for this sin against the most kind and long-suffering monarch.
It was not a sin, in my view, your lordship.
We may alter your view before very long, sir. And the rest of the 40 rogues?
They have refused to express repentance, my lord.
All parasites! All hardened villains! Put the 40 on this side of the enclosure. Now, Master Hellstrop, these other 10. They plead not guilty, do they?
Yes, your lordship.
And they expect us to believe this transparent falsehood, this palpable device. How dare they foist it upon the court?
My lord, the defence has not yet been advanced.
I can smell a lie before it is uttered. I can read it as quick as you can think. Well, come then. The court's time is precious. Put forward a defence, or sit down and let judgment be passed.
These 10 men, your lordship.
10 devils, you mean?
They're innocent peasants, my lord, who love God and king.
Ha!
They claim, my lord, they had nothing to do with the rebellion.
Then why are they here, pray?
They claim, your lordship, they were dragged from their homes, not because of any suspicion against them, but because they could not satisfy the greed of certain soldiers who were balked of plunder.
Master Hellstrop, you are indeed in danger. Not content with bolstering up rebels, you now go out of your way to slander the king's troops.
I merely state the prisoner's defence, my lord.
And what, Master Hellstrop, is the defence of these rogues?
An alibi, your lordship.
The common plea of every scoundrel. Have they witnesses?
I have a list of 40 witnesses, my lord. They're waiting below. Many of them have come great distances with great toil and trouble.
Who are they? What are they?
Cottagers and farmers, your lordship. The neighbours of these poor men who knew them well and can speak as to their doings.
Ha! Cottagers and farmers. Why, they are drawn from the very class from which these men come. Would you have us believe the oaths of the pothouse companions of the men we're trying? I warrant they've arranged it all snugly over their beer, the prick-eared rogues.
Will you not hear the witnesses, my lord?
Not a word from them, sirrah. Silence, you felons!
But your lordship...
It is rather a question as to whether my duty towards the king does not warrant me placing all your witnesses in the dock as aiders and abettors of treason.
But my lord...
Yes! Sit down, Master Hellstrop. We wish to hear no more subversive statements from you.
I have done, my lord.
Wisdom has come to you at last, Master Hellstrop. Not before time, sir. Not before time. It is therefore our opinion that the jury at once be required to pronounce a single verdict upon the whole of the prisoners. Unless you wish to retire, gentlemen.
No, your lordship.
No. Quite unnecessary, I agree. And your verdict?
Guilty, my lord.
Of course. Guilty as Judas Iscariot. Move them a little forward, usher, so I may see them to more advantage. Ah, you cunning ones. Where are your plots and schemes now, eh? Where is your chosen king? Where now can you fly to? Are you not afraid? You may well be. We shall give you very short shrift. Silence! You shall have time to pray hereafter when I have pronounced sentence upon you. Had I my way, every one of you should swing for your crimes. Not only you, but some of those whose stomachs are too nice for this work and who profess to serve the king while they intercede for his enemies. But the king, that great-hearted and compassionate monarch, has had pity upon you. Aye, pity. Has that not made you loathe yourselves, you who struck against him? At his command, we withhold from you the death you have so well merited. Now pray. Aye, drop on your knees and give thanks when I tell you he has ordained you shall all have a free pardon. Aye, you may well be astonished, you traitors and rebels who so little deserve clemency, at the mercy of your king. This pardon, however, is coupled with certain conditions and limitations. You will be removed from here in chains to Poole, where a ship will be awaiting you. From thence, you will be transported to the plantations to be sold as slaves. And God send you masters who know the use of chastisement to soften your stubborn thoughts and incline your minds to better things. Keep that barrel quiet! No doubt, dogs and vermin. You think by the plantations I mean His Majesty's American dominions. Unhappily, there are too many of your breed in that part already. You might fall among friends who might strengthen you in your evil courses. No, by the plantations, I mean Barbados and the Indies, where you shall live with other slaves, whose skins may be darker than yours, but I warrant whose souls are whiter. Take them away!
Our travesty of a trial was ended, and we were led back to our prison. 3 days after the trial, we had been marched to Poole, where we now found a broad-decked, heavy-sparred brig awaiting us. The captain stood in the poop, checking us off by means of a list, and as he looked at the sturdy build and rustic health of the peasants, which even confinement had not been able to break down, he rubbed his hands together with delight.
Storm safe, Jem, storm safe. There's lodgings fit for Duchess down there, stat me. Pack 'em away. Never seen a better lot, never. Not in 40 years of trading. What say you, Jem?
Another rebellion, Captain, and we'll be set up for life.
One by one, we passed down the steep ladder which led to the hold, where stalls on either side had been prepared for us. As each man came opposite the one set aside for him, he was thrown into it and fastened down with anklets of iron. It was dark before we were all secured, but the captain came round with a lantern to satisfy himself that all his property was quite secure.
Have you served out the fodder, Jem? Have you seen them had their rations?
They've all had a rye bread loaf and a pint of water, Captain.
Oh, fit for Duchess, swamp me. Hey, look at this one, Jem. There's a lusty rogue for you.
Oh, aye.
Look at his great hands. He'll work for years in the rice swamps before the land crabs have the picking of him.
You've done well, Captain.
Yay, what's this? Here's one who hasn't touched his food. What the plague, fella? Are you too nice in the stomach to eat what your betters have eaten before you?
I got no heart for food, sir.
Oh, you must have whims and fancies, must you? I tell you, fella, you're mine, body and soul. I paid good money for you, and when I say eat, you eat. Refuse your food and I'll have you flogged at the yardarm.
Try to eat, Zeth. We're all in the same plight.
Here's another who ain't grateful to us for getting him out of that stinking prison. Not a bit of spirit in him.
Aye, what ails you, fella? If you got jail fever, I'll have you tossed over the side. Take my word for it.
I'm not ill, sir. I just keep thinking of the poor old mother at Wellington. I'm wondering who's going to keep her now I'm gone.
Well, you should have thought of that before you set yourself up against your king and country. You're supposed to arrive at your journey's end looking sound and hearty, not like a sick fowl on a perch. Give him a touch of the rope's end, Jim, if you find him fretting. That'll give him something to mope for. Hey, where you got to?
The second just called me, Captain. He says there's a stranger come aboard, wanting to speak to you.
What manner of man?
Second said he looked like a person of quality. The boatswain had to jug against him, and he swore so soundly at him and glared at him with eyes like a tiger cat's that he thought he was the devil himself.
The plague take him. Go on deck, Jim. Tell him I'm counting my livestock. I'll be with him anon.
He said he must see you this instant, Captain. He said there'd be trouble if you didn't.
Who the hell can he be? What's the rogue mean ordering me about on my own ship? I'll let him know who's lord of the quarterdeck.
Now we were left alone, I looked more closely about me. A single oil lamp, swinging from a beam, was the only light we were given, and by its yellow, murky glimmer, I could see the great wooden ribs of the vessel arching up on either side. A stench from the bilge water poisoned the close, heavy air, and every now and then a rat would dart across the little zone of light and vanish into the gloom of the farther side. I lay awake for a long time, full of thought both for myself and the poor souls around me. At last, however, the measured swash of the water against the side of the vessel and the slight rise and fall lulled me into sleep.
Wake up, will you? Wake up, I say. Sit up. Stick those great legs of yours out in front of you. I'm going to take your irons off. All right. Now, stand up and follow me.
As quickly as my cramped limbs would allow, I followed the mate up the ladder and onto the deck. It was heavenly to come into the pure air once more. The stars were shining brightly overhead, and a fresh breeze blew from the shore and hummed a pleasant tune in the rigging. Close beside us, the lights of the town gleamed yellow and cheery.
Hurry yourself, will you? You ain't brought up here to admire the view. And I warn you, if you're thinking of leaping over the side, I've got my pistols cocked. This way, aft, to the captain's cabin.
Still following the mate, I found myself in the long, low cabin of the brig. At the farther end sat the captain, his face shining with greed and expectation. Standing beside him was a tall man, wrapped in a long black cloak, with his hat pulled down close over his eyes.
All right, Jem, you can leave us. My compliments to you, Captain Clarke. Seems we're not to be shipmates on this voyage after all. There's been a change of plans for you.
What change? What plans? Where am I to go?
Captain Micah Clarke must do a voyage of his own instead.
Saxon. Saxon, is it you?
You've nicked it, lad.
What are you doing here?
Zoons, boy, if you can pick me out of the Solent, I suppose I may pick you out of this accursed rat trap. It's a fair return for services rendered.
But we quarrelled. You rode off and left me.
True, I was a bit huffed with you when we parted, but I had you in my mind for all that.
See, in a glass of rum, Captain Clarke. I warrant you'll be glad to raise your little finger and wet your whistle after what you've been through.
Well, this is more than I can fathom. What is the meaning of it?
Oh, the meaning's as clear as the glass of my binnacle, young sir. Here you are. Yeah, a glass of as good a rum as ever came out of Jamaica. Your good friend Colonel Saxon, as I understand his name to be, has offered me as much as I could hope to gain by selling you in the Indies.
And a mighty hard bargain you made of it.
Oh, fair's fair, Colonel. It's a first-rate piece of goods. Sink me, though my heart's in the right place if I am rough and ready. I'd not maroon a man if I could set him free. But we all have to look after ourselves, and trade is dull at the moment.
Do you mean I'm free?
Oh, free as air, Captain. There's your purchase money on the table. You can go where you will, save in England. There you're still an outlaw under sentence.
How have you done this, Saxon? Aren't you afraid for yourself?
Me? I'm a free man, lad. I have the king's pardon.
Pardon? You commanded a regiment against him. God knows how many of his soldiers you killed. How could you gain a pardon?
Why, boy, it's no mystery. Cunning old birds aren't caught with chaff. When I left you, I made for a certain inn where I knew I could count on finding a friend.
Ah, Dame Hobson's?
Aye, the pretty widows. There I lay for a while till I could work out a plan that was in my head.
But how could you have got your pardon?
Have patience, lad. I'm telling you as swiftly as I may. I bethought to myself of the affair of your visit to Badminton and the Duke of... No, we'll mention no names, but you follow my meaning.
Of course I do. He let me escape.
And that, my friend, was his undoing, and my passport to safety. He'd have been wise to have hanged you.
I still don't understand. Talk plainly.
Well, I sent him a message to the effect that I proposed to purchase my freedom by letting out all I knew concerning his double-dealing with the rebels.
Oh, you're a cunning devil, Colonel. A man after my own heart, sir.
The message was carried to him secretly, and his answer was that I should meet him at a certain spot by night.
Saxon, he might have killed you.
I sent my messenger instead, and he was found stiff and stark in the morning with more holes in his doublet than ever the tailor put there. On this, I sent again, raising my demands and insisting on a speedy settlement. This time he tried no tricks. He asked my conditions.
Which were?
For you, a free pardon, and money enough to land you in a foreign country. For myself, the command of a regiment. I got them both, though it was like drawing teeth from his head.
Saxon, you robbed me of words.
I knew he must do it. He's a power at court now, and the king can refuse him nothing. He daren't let me speak, or his head would have been on the block.
And he paid over money as well?
Handsomely. For you, I demanded 200 pieces, 30 of which I've paid in ransom to the captain here.
Aye, 'tis here on the table.
20 I've kept back for my disbursements. I had to pay my messenger.
And for 20 pieces he paid with his life.
He took a chance, lad. Went against him. So here in this bag, you'll find the odd 150. 15 of which you'll pay to the fishermen who've promised to see you safe to Flushing.
And a mighty fine friend Colonel Saxon has proved himself to be to you, Captain Clarke. To turn the tables on a duke and extort money from him as well. Well, I never heard the like. Fill your glass again, Captain, and drink to your freedom.
I am greatly beholden to you, Saxon.
I enjoyed doing it, lad.
Yeah, drink that down now. It'll be cold out there on the water.
But I can't go. I cannot leave this ship.
You can't what?
He's not took it improper. He don't know what he's saying.
I know very well what I'm saying. There are nearly 200 men aboard this ship. Simple country folk who never before stirred more than a few miles from where they were born. While they were imprisoned, I've been a support to them. They've looked to me in their troubles. And as far as I could, I've befriended and consoled them. I thank you again and again for all you've done for me, but I will not leave them.
This is too much. I foresaw many difficulties in my way, but I didn't foresee this one. For God's sake, do you know what you'll be going to?
I have a very good idea.
Yet you'll go into hell for a bunch of clodhoppers?
They're no more fitted to be landed in a strange country than children. I may be able to assist them a little.
Now listen here, Captain Clarke. As to the prisoners, I'll be as good as a father to them. So help me on the word of an honest seaman. And if you care to lay out a trifle of 20 pieces, I'll see their food is such as many have never got at their own tables. They shall come on deck, too, in watches, and have an hour or two in the fresh air every day. Well, I can't say fairer than that, can I?
Captain, will you permit me to have a word with Captain Clarke alone?
Oh, by all means, Colonel. I hope with all my heart you can persuade him, though.
It's no use, Saxon. You can't
Be quiet, be quiet. And when you reply to me, speak low. The captain mustn't hear what we say. You need have no fear for the future of the prisoners. They are not bound for Barbados.
Not bound for...
Nor will the captain have the selling of them. If he can buy his own skin out of this business, it's more than I expect. There's a man aboard this ship who'll think no more of giving him a tilt over the side than I should.
What man? I've seen none but the prisoners.
Have you ever heard of a man named Hector Marot?
Marot? I believe they told me he escaped from the dungeon at Badminton, where I was held.
The same. He was a highwayman, a criminal, if you like. But in spite of that, he was greatly disturbed at the cruelties inflicted on the country folk after the Battle of Sedgemoor. He did what he could in his own way. Soldiers were found here and there over the countryside, pistoled and stabbed, and no trace left of his assailant.
Marot did that?
And more. Micah, I sought this man out and spoke with him. His horse, it seemed, had been killed by some chance shot, and as he was much attached to it, he had no heart to continue his old trade. Moreover, he was in peril of capture. I learned, too, that in his youth he'd had some training for the sea.
What then? You still tell me nothing.
Marot's purpose was now to benefit the exiles. How could he do better than by engaging aboard this ship and sailing away from England in her? There are but 30 in the crew, and below hatches nearly 200 men. Marot has only to go down amongst them one dark night, knock off their irons, arm them with stanchions or cudgels, and the ship is theirs. The planters may dig their plantations themselves for all the help they're likely to get from these West Country men.
You swear to me he means to do this?
I give you my solemn oath. I tell you, if I were Captain Pogram, I'd rather have the devil horns, hoof and tail than that man aboard my ship. You needn't concern yourself about the prisoners, Micah. Their future is decided.
I misjudged you, Saxon.
Well, sometimes perhaps I gave you cause.
It only remains for me to thank you and accept the means of safety you've placed within my reach.
Spoken like a man. Is there anything I can do for you in England?
Well, if you could send word to my parents...
It shall be done.
Say when I can return, I will.
It may be sooner than you think, lad. There's much hatred for the king and his ministers. I doubt if he'll keep his seat long on the throne of England.
So, Captain Pogram, we've settled the business. My friend is willing to go.
I thought he'd tack round. Oh, by the mass, I don't wonder he thought twice about leaving the Dorothy Fox. He's fitted up fit for Duchess, so help me. Where's your boat, Colonel?
Alongside. My friend joins me, Captain Pogram, in hoping you'll have a pleasant and profitable voyage.
Oh, highly civil of you, Captain Clarke.
Also that you'll reach Barbados in safety and dispose of your wares in a manner which will repay you for your charity and humanity.
Little doubt of that now. Now, Captain Clarke, I'll take you to the rope ladder that'll take you down to your boat alongside.
I thank you, Captain.
Have all your money safe?
Yes.
Then I've another present to make you. It was brought to me by a sergeant of the Royal Horse. You must depend on it now for food, clothing, and lodging. All you need. It's that with which a brave man can always look for his living. Here, lad.
My sword! My father's sword!
You are now, boy, one of the old and honourable guild of the Soldiers of Fortune. I wish I could come with you, but I'd promised pay and position which I can't set aside. For devil of a penny did I make out of Monmouth Rebellion.
Goodbye then, Decimus.
Farewell, Micah. May good fortune go with you.
I grasped his hand, then went on deck, and with the captain's help descended into the fishing boat. As the sail mounted up and we shot away, I saw my friend holding to a rope with one hand and waving the other in farewell and encouragement. That lean, sinewy figure, with its long, extended arm, was the last I ever saw of Decimus Saxon. He proved right in his prophecy. 3 years later, King James was forced to flee the country, and Dutch William and his consort Mary were called to fill the throne conjointly. For there was great rejoicing in England at the restoration of the Protestant faith. As Saxon had said, my sword earned me my living during my years of exile. But one summer's evening, I landed again on the blessed shores of my native land. I made my way to my father's house. The door was open, for the air was mild and sweet, and my heart nearly burst with love as I heard his voice.
for he was kneeling at his evening prayers.
For delivering us from the powers of evil, for thy sustenance during the years of oppression, and for thy mercy in preserving our dear son, though he be far away from us.
No longer, Father. I've come home.
Micah. Oh, Micah, is it really you?
'Tis I, dearest mother.
Micah, dear lad, God be thanked.
Oh, let me hold you. I never thought to see this day. Joseph, it's Micah restored to us.
Hush, wife, hush. The lad will think you demented.
So I am. I'm out of my mind with happiness.
Oh, sit down, lad, sit down. You must have so much to tell us. How has life dealt with you?
Better than with many others.
Alack, yes. So much death and suffering.
But, Micah, you're so thin. Have you been half-starved all these years?
Oh, nonsense, nonsense. The boy is all muscle and sinew. God bless my soul, is that my sword still hanging by your side?
Your sword, Father. It's kept me alive all these years in the Low Countries.
And you must eat. And you must be so tired traveling all that way. Joseph, don't weary him. Let the boy rest. I'll be back in a moment, Micah.
Oh, you look well, Father. Not much changed. And Mother, too.
The thought of seeing you again, son, has sustained us. You won't go from us again. I don't think your mother could bear it.
I'm home for good, Father. If you'll have me.
Have you? If you knew how we prayed for this moment. It was an ill venture I sent you on, yet I believed it was for the best.
It would have succeeded, but for our leader.
He paid with his head for it, poor man.
Too much fervour, too little generalship.
And the man Saxon who came to us.
I owe my life to him. He proved a loyal friend. But how are my other friends, Father?
All as well as you would wish them. And they'll be overjoyed to see you.
God bless them.
Micah, you must make a hearty meal. I'll not be content until you've eaten every scrap.
Mother, it's food for a regiment.
Oh, my boy. My dear, dear boy. I'm so fearful this is a dream. I shall awake and you'll be gone again.
It's no dream, Mother. God willing, I shall stay with you now for as long as heaven grants us all.
Amen to that, Micah.
One visit I did pay, with the consent of my parents. I journeyed to Troughton to see Reuben Lockerbie, now happily married to his pretty little Ruth.
The whole business suffered, Micah. The King James, that is, imposed heavy fines for disaffection and well-nigh crippled us.
But Reuben displayed such a head for business that now it's nearly as prosperous as it was in my grandfather's time.
I was with your grandfather at Sedgemoor, Mistress Ruth. A braver man I never hoped to see. He stood firm when Monmouth, Grey, Wade and Ferguson fled the field.
Aye, and bought their lives at the price of their possessions.
It's all over and done with, Reuben. Let's try to forget it and thank God for the present peace. Does Micah know you're a father now, Reuben?
No.
Aye, we've a young Micah now. You'll see him when he comes back with his nursemaid.
And there's something more you have to show Micah, Reuben.
Eh? What?
You grow so dull. I declare, the fatter you get, the stupider.
Oh.
Your trust, of course.
Oh, yes. You come with me, Micah.
The rebellion turned out well for you, Reuben.
Yes. I never struck a blow in the battle, yet won the greatest prize. My little Ruth. Here we are. This gate leads to the paddock. I think you may find an old companion here.
Covenant! Reuben, how?
Sergeant Gredder brought him here for me to keep.
Covenant! Covenant! Oh, my brave Covenant! Reuben, how can I thank you? This makes my homecoming complete. Have you been exercising him? He seems in condition.
Oh, he won't let me on his back. No, one of my boys takes him out. Can I give you a leg up?
Oh, no. I can mount Covenant without aid. Oh, Covenant.
So Covenant and I came back to Havant as happy as two good friends could be at their reunion. I took up my old trade with my father. Of Decimus Saxon I heard once more. Sent on an expedition to Virginia, he acquitted himself with so much honour that he was granted a tract of land which he devoted to raising tobacco. But of the strange shipload of prisoners which set sail from Poole Harbour, never a word was heard of them again. But I have no doubt that Hector Marot kept his word, and none of those brave peasants ever became slaves. One last word about my old friend. When Dutch William had been 10 years upon the English throne, there was still to be seen, in the field by my father's house, a tall, strong-boned horse, whose skin was flecked with dashes of white. And it was observed that if ever the soldiers from Portsmouth should be passing, or should the clank of trumpet or the rattle of drum break upon his ear, he would arch his old neck, throw out his grey-streaked tail, and raise his stiff knees in a pompous and pedantic canter. So Covenant passed the last years of his life, a veteran among horses, well fed and cared for, and much given, maybe, to telling in equine language to all the poor, silly country steeds of the wonderful passages which had befallen him when he bore one of their own village lads to the war in the West.
That was the final part of Micah Clarke by Arthur Conan Doyle, dramatized in 5 parts by Constance Cox, with Martin Reed as Micah, Patrick Troughton as Decimus Saxon, and James Bryce as Reuben Lockerbie. Judge Jeffreys was played by John Gabriel, Major Ogilvy by Gregory DePolnay, Master Tetheridge by Stephen Thorne, Captain Steele by William Hope, and Captain John by Edward Cast. Joseph Clarke was played by Nicholas Courtney, Mrs. Clarke by Gwen Cherrell, Ruth by Jenny Funnell, Hangman Broderick by Colin Starkey, Sergeant Greder by Peter Aker, Captain Pogram by Robin Summers, Master Helstrop by Peter Wickham, Jem by David Sinclair, Clerk of the Court by Brian Smith, a Guard by William Edel, the Foreman of the Jury by Christopher Douglas, and An Old Man by David Garth. Micah Clarke was directed by David Johnston